threaten me with it. I need to, I
Herself an hour.
Kelly available?
I can't just let it go.
She's not on there now.
California?
It's not her on there earlier.
All right.
You get about 30 seconds.
All right. I'm gonna take a quick nap.
They set the clock back? Good.
Oh, there's Kelly. She's got a fuzzy background. What's that all about?
Yeah, I think she's in the dispensary.
All right, everybody ready? I'd like to call to order the work session for the Town Council of the Town of Breckenridge. It is November 9th, 2021 and 3 p.m. And we begin with Planning Commission decisions for the last, whatever the last one was. Anybody having questions?
No.
I wonder if we need to send the Planning Commission a little more guidance on this exterior food and beverage areas. I think we might be using too much of a shotgun approach for, to solve a different problem than what I think we're sort of getting to. I don't know how.
I'm not sure it's going back to planning commission. Is it because it's coming to the council for a work session at the next council meeting, so you can provide direction?
Okay.
Talk about density, Rick.
Well, yes, it's going to be about, I think staff's going to propose
Or PIFs
at a
or-
certain size
Yeah,
and certain things kick in.
Okay.
maybe percentage of
Yeah,
occupancy.
maybe percentage. I mean that really the reason that this came up was because of a rooftop deck that a lot of people in the community didn't like. I wonder if we need to zero in on that to begin with. And just not allow those.
Well, I also think,
Instead of just making,
with the advent of outdoor dining, we should take a look at just outdoor seating in general.
well, yeah, I agree with that. But I really want, just reading through this would not have prevented
Right.
current form. It wouldn't have prevented anything because anybody that has a lot of money could still build a rooftop deck. So I think we need to handle that as a separate component.
And I believe that that's what the next meeting will be about.
Okay,
So you
awesome.
can sit down with staff and go through this and come up with what you think might be workable that you can.
Okay, so pretend you didn't hear me because I want to surprise you next time with those same comments.
Oh, that's exciting.
Ooh. Anything else on planning commission? All right. Legislative review, we have the 2022 mill levy ordinance. We should quiz everybody every year what our mill levy is since it never changes.
5.7, 5.07.
07.
07.
Double O.
Brian?
Brand.
How about the rest of us?
I'm sorry? He said hi to me.
I said hi to him. You just gave him a stink eye.
Oh, no,
I think you're supposed to say and Jeffrey.
Mayor and Mayor Pro
That
Tem.
at the end of every sentence.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem is it.
Okay, each year we adopt the mill levy by ordinance. That is a required step for us to certify the mill levy to the county who collects it for us. Every year the rate is 5.07 mils, which equates to 0.00507 times your assessed value. That never changes. It only changed back when we had the debt, where we levied the additional mills to cover the debt expense, but that has expired. So 5.07 is our limit. The dollar value does change though, as the assessed value in general goes up. This is an assessment year, so we should see about 4.2 million in revenue in 2022. That's up from 3.8 in 2021. Aside from that,
Thanks.
I mean, that's it really.
Questions?
Just like you wrote it.
Right?
That's it.
Okay. Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
ADU code updates. Hey, guys.
Hey, Mr. Mayor and Town
Afternoon.
Council. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. For the accessory dwelling unit code update, the purpose for this is really twofold. One is to incentivize ADUs with increasing the positive points available in our development code, as well as streamlining the review process. In addition to that, I'll note too that we waive fees for water and planning and building reviews as well, which are administrative and in effect currently. So we took this to you at your October 26th work session. And at that, you saw the Planning Commission recommendation. You made a couple of suggestions, which we've incorporated into this draft. One is to clarify the process, that it's a Class D major, which is a staff level review. However, if it is that ADU is getting negative points, or it's on a lot that does not have a platted disturbance envelope, then it would be a Class C. And so that would land on the Planning Commission's consent calendar, and therefore on yours as well. Removal of the proposed size limitation of the wet bar. So that has been struck from this. We have also added a rental rate cap of 120% of the area median income, which is to be included in the deed restriction. And the last change that we made was adding a requirement for the ADU to be rented continuously with a maximum of 30 days vacancy between leases. And that's consistent with what you'll find now in our current deed restriction, but it will be codified in this. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Do we actively enforce the 30-day vacancy between leases, or do we have a mechanism for doing that?
So we do have a brand new full-time housing compliance position. So that will be part of that position description. So they will be following up on those.
Okay, great.
Is there a mechanism for wiggle room? Like say someone was putting in a new boiler or just some sort of construction?
Yes, I mean, we'd be reasonable with
Okay.
that.
Did we have any comments from the planning commission about the size limitations on the wet bar? Did they?
Well, their recommendation was in the last work session draft, which was, they didn't give us a square footage amount. Actually, they just said maybe a size limit, and they were split on that decision, quite honestly. The county has 6 square feet as a limitation for wet bars in their code, and we were proposing a 10 square feet in that last draft. So now there's no limitation. Part of that was because, and why the planning commission and staff was split on that was because we have a lot of large homes that have wet bars that are quite large in like the lower level basement area or walkout. And so if you had a 10 square foot wet bar, maybe that would kind of throw off the dimensions internally of the floor plan. Just the feel of that space.
Thank you.
I had just a language question on page 3 at the top. A wet bar may not include the installation or provision for the installation of There's the 2 installations of 220 volt electric service. And then the next line is sort of confusing. An exception is if associated with an accessory dwelling unit, wet bar is considered a kitchen and shall not have restrictions on the installation of a cooktop oven or voltage. That's not actually a wet bar. So why would we even have a sentence that says an exception to this is because under the ADU thing, it's actually a kitchen and it's not a wet bar.
Mhm.
And I find that just to be confusing.
Yeah, I mean, we could take that out maybe with now that we've honed in the ADU definition, maybe we won't run into that issue, but
Okay,
we kept running into that issue with the planning commission level. So
okay.
that's
all
why
right.
it was in there, but we could take it out.
You know,
also.
a thought, because I think I know where you're going, Julia, is maybe we say if a wet bar is found to have had 220 installed, it is considered a kitchen and in violation. if it is not an ADU or something like that. Really reiterating that they cannot have 220 in a wet bar unless they are designated AADU. And kind of reinforcing that.
Just something to think about for second reading.
Yeah.
We'll do that and we'll fix that duplicate installation. in there.
Installation.
Thank you.
So what you're saying, Dick, is if they're gonna have a 220, they have to commit to having a kitchen.
Well,
No,
they're
you
not
can only have
allowed
a
to,
kitchen.
they're not allowed to install 220 in a wet bar because we kind of know where that's
Yeah,
gonna
because
end
there'll
up.
be a kitchen, right?
So we could reiterate that
Oh, okay.
in this.
Especially considering, kitchen isn't really defined, except aside from an ADU may have a separate kitchen from the primary unit, so I think that makes sense of like, then it's a kitchen.
Yeah. It just gives us a little more teeth,
Yeah.
reminding them, don't put 220 provisions
Right.
in the wall. After CO, yeah.
I see you.
I have a question, Julia. And I think I've asked this before. Do we have any language in here that prevents someone from pulling out the 220 in the oven and whatever else makes it a ADU and then having the deed restriction go away, or is the deed restriction in place in perpetuity?
It's in perpetuity.
Okay. Because the county hasn't fixed that yet, have they?
I would be surprised that we would allow somebody to remove a deed restriction, even the county,
Right.
because that would be,
Told by somebody the other day that if their 2-bedroom didn't rent for $3,000 a month,
oh, you told.
then they were going to just remove the kitchen and they could get rid of the deed restriction if they remove the kitchen. I just want to make sure our ordinance is very clear that that's not an option.
Yeah, I've checked that with Lori and that's
Okay.
the case in ours.
Man, you know some mercenary people.
He hangs out with a different.
$3,000 is top of the market and you are going to have a hard time finding somebody to
Yeah.
rent it for $3,000. Yeah.
All right, anything else on ADU?
Hmm.
Thank you. Mark and Julia. We have exterior loudspeakers next.
Okay, tank team here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Fast learner, Mark.
Good to have you here.
Okay, kind of in conjunction with the RMU discussion, the council provides some direction to staff to work on an ordinance regarding loudspeakers. And just a concern about noise in the community and commercial settings, particularly restaurants with in bars with where you had a outdoor deck or patio where you could have music, excuse me. So we've done a couple things here in the attached ordinance that I worked with Kirsten on to address this issue. One, we've made it now permit that it's required to go through the process that you guys would see. I'll talk with you a little bit more about that in a minute. I'm just going to go through the whole thing because I've got a suggestion on that. We already had an exterior loudspeaker policy in our code, and so we beefed it up a little bit. That I think gives us the ability in the situation where we feel it's necessary to, require an analysis from a professional regarding, what could that sound look like beyond the, border of that property. We could also set specific hours. Now, the code already sets hours that it can't go, it starts at 8 a.m. and they must be turned off by 10 p.m. But you could even set more specific hours if you wanted in a specific situation. So those are a couple of things that we've also addressed here. And we've amended the noise ordinance as well, where there was a loudspeaker section as well, and kind of consolidated some of that and really focused it down on what we're trying to do here, which is address the only places that loudspeakers really should be allowed in the commercial settings is in those situations. If you got it in any other commercial situation, basically what you've got is an attention getting device because you're just, there's no reason to have it. And so we We addressed all that. The one thing in the noise ordinance that we took out was it provided an exemption for music, live music events. We did not choose to leave that in there for right now. I think we may need to talk about how we want to address that in the future. It's kind of a side issue here. The way it would work right now is the loudspeakers that you have would have to be approved. However, what happens a lot of times for these live music events is they'll bring their own speaker systems. And so technically they may not they probably wouldn't comply with the code. And so for the time being, we're kind of covered on that, but we probably should think about how we address the live music. And I look for input from you guys on that. Back to the permit issue. I put a Class B minor in here. Staff, when I talked with Rick a little bit about this morning, probably suggest a Class C. Class B minor requires going to a hearing of the Planning Commission, and then it goes on the council's consent calendar, your Planning Commission decisions. Class C requires a staff review. It doesn't require a hearing of the Planning Commission. But it still goes in front of the it goes in front of the Planning Commission. They could call it up if they wanted on their consent calendar. It also ends up on your Planning Commission decision. So you could call up any of those Class Cs as well. So I'd suggest a Class C for this, but certainly, looking for your guys' input as well. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mark.
The other question, Mark, is, do we want this? Do you want it to, do you want to grandfather any current ones, or do you want, a certain amount of time and want everybody to get into compliance with their outdoor speakers? So probably almost every restaurant has something, if they have any kind of a patio.
I'm inclined to grandfather, provided they're not getting complaints.
Well, that's,
And I don't know if you can write that into the.
no, I don't think you would. I mean, typically, a lot of stuff we do, we grandfather people currently, and then, things like Mark reminded me, when we did the dark sky, right? We required everybody over a period of time to come into compliance. Well, kind of, but
Sorta.
then, so.
That work out for us.
I think this is actually turning into a bigger animal than we thought it was gonna be.
Because then if a speaker dies or whatever, we're not asking them to change if they're grandfathered, right?
With their grandfather, no, you're not asking them to
Yeah.
change. I think whenever there's a code change, if they were to change speakers or upgrade or change their speakers, then they would come into compliance.
But isn't the important point is just the sound, the decibels?
Uh-huh.
So if
That's
someone,
always there.
if someone has a, current, grandfathered in the speakers just because they've been doing the same equipment for years, they still have to comply to the sound.
Yep.
So, it seems to be a little onerous to say, okay, here's a new ordinance, you gotta upgrade your sound system.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the council, but part of this was a result of a rooftop deck that is a little different than maybe a traditional deck because it's, kind of open on all four sides, and you were trying to be somewhat proactive in making sure that we could have the ability to go in and look at what's being proposed to circumvent problems before they might happen.
Well, and
Right.
I would also cite the Brown Hotel in a middle of a residential neighborhood. It would give us the opportunity to call that up, if it came before us, because the impact's gonna be greater. So, I'm okay grandfathering and just going forward. If we have to go back and change it later, because there's so many problems, we can, but I don't see that happening.
Me too. I have a question, Mark.
Question mark.
Who pays for the analysis and who hires the acoustic guy?
That'd have to be up to the applicant to pay for it.
Do they hire the acoustic person?
Yeah, they would. We'd make sure that it was, someone that was reputable.
It's kind of like asking a beauty pageant contestant's father to be the judge, though. And we've seen that happen so many times. The applicant hires someone that's sympathetic to their cause. So whatever, as long as there's some
Yeah.
oversight about whether these guys are, just yes men, or they actually give us a realistic appraisal.
Yeah, I mean, we run into that issue frequently on a number of things.
Yeah.
Jeffrey,
On everything.
yeah.
Anything else?
I'm good with the Class C, Mark.
Thanks.
Me too.
Everybody good with Class C?
Class C.
As long as they're worded in our notes so that we know it's a loudspeaker situation.
Sure.
We have to circle back internally, but are you concerned at all that we should be doing something with live music? Live music will occur on the back patio at happy hour of many restaurants in town in the summer. And so do you want them having to permit those speakers, or do you want some sort of an exception? They still have to follow noise.
Yeah.
No matter what. But if you do not want them to have to come in and even if those speakers are used or permitted for a live music or not, we just want to make sure that live music doesn't fall in under this, or live, which typically includes amplified music.
I'll tell you, the one big difference for me between live and, just regular loudspeaker music is, in general, when live music is playing, there are people there. And when the guy's done, he's done, he wraps up his stuff and goes home, and there's no spillover. There are plenty of places in town where the loudspeakers just continually play, from the time a place opens till sometimes after they're closed.
Which is a violation, and that's an enforcement issue.
It's just, there's places in town that always have music, whether there's anybody on their decks or not. So
During the winter and everything.
all the time. It is all the time. So I think there's a big difference in live versus the loudspeaker.
Again, I'll say, I don't think we have a decibel ordinance, and I don't think a live performer needs to come in and get his equipment scrutinized every time, they change performer. So, yeah, I don't think we need to.
And we can leave it out now and then always.
You can always change it if it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
Kelly, anything? I forgot you were there. Thanks.
Nice to have her silent. Yeah, it's kind of a welcome change.
She's watching over.
Kelly, do you
us.
want me to punch him for you?
Yeah, I was gonna use a different finger for him, but you could just punch him.
You need.
Thanks, Mark. All right, accommodation unit housing regulatory fee, first reading.
Mayor and council, I'll go ahead and introduce the bill, and then we'll have a little, some discussion around this. We have some outside presenters that we want to bring in on also. So what we have for you today is a first reading on a bill that would impose, if passed, a new regulatory fee of $756 per studio and or bedroom. And this fee would be payable at the same time as the annual license tax, and it would be commencing with the January 2022 payment. This regulatory fee would be imposed on all accommodation units, regardless of whether they are exempt or non-exempt. The regulatory fee will benefit the accommodation unit licensees by supporting our local workforce housing programs that will allow us to house the workers needed to provide the level of service required by all of our guests who stay in these units. The dollars collected from this fee would be held in a separate account and not used for general government purposes. Instead, these dollars would be used to defray the reasonable costs associated with the town's housing programs, such as land acquisition, new construction of workforce housing, our buy down program, the housing helps program, and our lease to locals program. The dollars would also support our compliance and enforcement efforts around STR licensing and the staff and personnel required for the administration and enforcement of our program. So The way the ordinance is currently written is the fee for the first year would be set at $756 per bedroom. And then each additional year after that, the fee would be set by the council as part of the budgeting process. So before we get into discussion, what I'd like to do, I have Brian Duffany and Andrew Knutson from EPS. EPS is the company that was hired to do the nexus study between the short-term rental properties and our housing in town. And so I'd like them, and they have their technical memo was in the packet. And I'd like to have them talk a little bit to you about how they arrived at the conclusion that they have.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Rick. We'll just give us a second here to get the slides up and we will roll. We've got about a half a dozen slides that we'll present shortly. And this will focus our analysis of an otherwise very complicated analysis. And then we can open it up for any questions you might have. I can do it. So economic and planning systems. We're a full service land use economics consulting company. And we have done a fair amount of work with mountain resort communities like Breckenridge throughout the Rocky Mountain West. The only other thing I'll say is that about 2/3 of our client base are public, 1/3 are private. We understand how capital is placed. We understand how markets function. We also understand policy, and we understand the relationship and the intersection between market dynamics and public policy goals. And this is a great example of that intersection. And these are some of the lines of business that we have within our firm. Housing policy and real estate economics are the two that come into play on this project. And now we've got some more specific slides that Ryan's going to walk through. We're just down the hill based in Denver, and worked kind of recently up there on the needs assessment in 2019, and have also been involved in the development of the Lake Hill Master Plan as well. So the rationale for this fee is that much of the town's economy, this is not news to you, but much of the town's economy is dependent on guests and tourism. And guests, when they stay in a short-term rental, they spend money in the local economy. That supports jobs in industries that are typically low paying: retail, food and beverage, recreation, and services. And the local businesses, they support jobs. Jobs need to be housed. And local businesses need a dependable workforce to support the guest experience and to retain and attract employees. This is a challenge that many mountain communities have been struggling with for years. And so the STR fee will provide benefits to the fee payers by helping the town create housing opportunities for locals, which will help maintain a stable and available labor force to support the businesses and the guest experience. I think something worth noting from the needs assessment a couple of years ago is that a significant portion of locals living and working in the area have been affected by short-term rentals. The survey that our firm did in 2019 found that 14% of employees had been affected by STRs. Their lease was not renewed, lease was broken in order for their landlord to convert that unit to a short-term rental. So the basis of the fee calculation is a gap analysis. You may have heard that term from affordable or workforce housing studies. It's a comparison of what workers earn and what their household income is compared to the cost of housing. And here we've calculated this fee based on the difference between what a local employee household earns, the difference between what the guests generate in terms of jobs and household income. If for a unit that's used as an STR, the difference between that and if that unit was occupied year-round by a local resident. Rick, were you interjecting there?
No.
Nope. Okay. And then this is an annual fee charged annually on the annualized cost of funding that housing gap. And the recommended fee level is 35% of what we've calculated in the regulatory fee study.
which is consistent with other town policies in chapter 24, where they mitigate 35% of the impact of development. And then we think one particularly notable aspect of this is that it will create a dependable annual revenue stream for housing programs. So this is a little bit of the process. We'll try to keep it high level, and if there are more specific questions later, we can answer those. But it's an economic impact approach that looks at how much spending guests generate and how much spending a local resident generates, and compares those two. We use an economic impact model to look at how that spending flows through the economy and what types of jobs that supports. And then the next step is to convert those jobs into employees, because many people, it's just the reality that many people hold multiple jobs. And we make that adjustment to make sure we're not overestimating the need. And then when you think about a household is just people living together in a home. There are typically more than one people earning an income. And so then we pair them up and we add up the number of people at different income levels. And then from that, we can determine what the gap is between what those income levels can afford in housing and what it costs to provide housing. And the fee is based on that gap. There's a fair number of analytical steps that go into it that we have summarized here. And if we need to come back to that, we're happy to, but it results in a recommended fee of $756 per bedroom per year. And as noted in the staff report and in the draft ordinance, that fee is intended to defray the direct and indirect costs of mitigating the impacts of short-term rentals. That's displacement of the workforce housing stock, labor force availability, and the overall, maintaining that overall guest experience through a dependable and available labor force. And then we do believe that this is a good tool for funding housing programs because it's a dependable annual revenue stream, something that you can budget against every year and have a higher degree of certainty what resources will be available. So with that, we'll take any questions.
Do you want to stop sharing?
Yes.
Any questions?
I have an opinion, but should
This
that,
is questions.
yeah.
Maybe questions on spending in the full analysis. I saw it was mostly broken down by local full-time resident spending, visitor spending. How is day visitors calculated into this formula or taken into account?
Yep. So they're not accounted for in this because the day visitors are not attributed to the land use activity that are short-term rentals, right? This fee is targeted is applied just to short-term rentals, and day visitors are not part of that. Day visitors are part of the overall town economy, but not part of this fee.
One of the things building on that is we're trying to link who pays the fee and who benefits from the fee. And in this case, the guest pays the fee as part of a short-term rental occupancy, and the guest benefits because as the guest goes through town, there are theoretically waiters, waitresses, what have you, retail store help, the whole 9 yards of people to round out the experience in Breckenridge that guest is expecting.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Great question.
I have questions about the ordinance itself.
Let's have questions
that-
for
yeah.
EPS first, and then we
Okay.
can have questions.
One more question
Yes.
on I'm probably thinking a couple steps ahead, but seeing the end number we got was based on a 46.2% occupancy. Would the formula eventually work if we say council decides to have tiers using a different percentage of occupancy? Could we use your same analysis?
I need to think about that a little bit. Are you talking about person occupancy is part of this ordinance as well? We're talking about, if you think about a hotel, the number of nights sold per year.
I'm thinking along those lines too.
Yeah, because, Brian, this is Rick. When we worked through this, we realized that we came up with what we called the average occupancy.
Right.
Right. Sure, and there are, we have some that have much higher occupancy and we have some that have obviously lower, and that's how we get at the average. And so I think that was the question, could you have a tiered approach to this? Because if people had, if you plug a different occupancy number into the formula, it changes the outcome, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
And let me jump in here. The short answer is yes, this model could be calibrated along those lines. What I want to refer to is some of the other work that we've done related to fees, and whether it's this fee program or other fee programs, any jurisdiction can create smaller divisions across the spectrum that increase the accuracy of the fee. However, there's pros and cons with moving forward with that approach. Generally, we advise clients to use averages that are community-wide. And like uses that are across a community can have differences in performances, but still be bundled into the same fee. And there are, in our opinion, there are more advantages from uniformity than there are, because once you start creating separate approaches and divisions and subsets, how do you know when to stop? So averages community-wide tend to be simpler and more effective.
Other questions? Kelly, anything?
I don't have any questions, but I would like a chance to speak once we're providing other thoughts.
Very good. Questions on the ordinance itself?
Can I raise a point with Brian and Andrew that they point out? I think that in the memo, and it was also stated on the slides in reference, that these are typically lower paying jobs. And the reality is, correct, that you probably couldn't pay in those type of work, pay people enough money that they could still afford a market rate unit in this community.
Sure.
In those. So, I mean, you know, the people that say, well, we should just pay your employees more on there. And many of these jobs probably pay very well compared to the industry standard across the board. But
Well, and that also would have side effects on our overall economy too, like,
yeah,
the price of
'cause
a
then
burger would
you're
have
never
to
gonna
be-
afford a burger.
yeah. Okay, so
Ordinance question.
I don't know if anybody else had an issue with this, but I noticed that this ordinance doesn't have the definitions included. So for instance, in-home business occupation, it discusses that it's defined, but I couldn't find the definition, same with lodge. And I know that was discussed a little bit at the beginning.
I mean, I have the definition of a lodge if you need it, but it's not, we don't typically spell out everything in a bill like this, but reference where to find those things. So that's the rationale for that. And there are definitions in the code on what it would apply to. So.
Okay, so then in-home business occupation, that applies to people who are living and
Working out there.
Remote workers.
But that's a different type
But that's
of an
renting out
annual
a-
tax. I mean, it's not addressed by this, but right?
okay, so that's not, okay. So then what is an in-home, like, is that not renting out a room short-term?
No,
Okay. So then I guess I'm confused. So that's not, so that tax doesn't have to do with this at all? Or is that just talking about a business tax?
I'm not sure where
Or a
you're
business fee.
seeing.
What page you
It's
At the
on
very
page-
back where it ended
sorry.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had a feeling that this might be a little bit confusing.
Okay,
If you go to section 4 of the bill, everybody, so page 4, line 23, all that text from that page on is simply a cleanup of the boat license
okay.
tax. And we considered putting it in the memo, but we kept it brief. The boat license tax was a pre-Tabor provision, and so the term tax and fee were used interchangeably. Being a newcomer, I got confused, so decided to fix it to say tax everywhere. And specifically those definitions that you're referencing
Uh-huh.
are in the development code.
Okay.
You can find the definition in the development.
I guess my question is, how are we defining the difference between, since the lodge, now I can't get to the beginning. Since we're saying that there are only like 8
Yes.
businesses that are licensed as lodges, what is the difference between that and the establishments that this pertains to?
So the way that we define a hotel lodging license is a multi-unit structure that is owned by a single owner. So that's Welk Resort, Marriott, because
Okay.
they own the facility, right? We have some, like a B&B type
Like a
thing.
Fireside Inn?
Yeah,
would be a lodge.
Fireside's one, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all that,
Little
they
Mountain
own the whole
Lodge.
property.
Yeah.
The other difference in where the majority of the other ones are the condominium that all
We were on.
come under definition of the accommodation unit licensing.
And they
So there are
will,
multiple owners within those structures.
they will be paying this fee.
Everybody, yes.
Okay.
The only ones that wouldn't would be those 8 that are lodges.
Okay. Thank you.
That
Thank you.
makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Jeffrey?
You know, how, yeah, this makes sense to me, with the exception of some local that might rent out his place over Christmas to help defray some costs. Or, is there any way we could have a separate fee if you rent your place out, say, less than 25, 20, 30 days?
We can do that. I mean, their EPS, is saying they don't agree with that.
Well, I know.
That's what Carol was asking. It's that tiered approach.
What I thought
Yeah.
UPS was saying is that they don't have, is it UPS, EPS?
APS, but we do deliver.
You know what? I'm still
got a
waiting for my
raise.
coffee maker to be delivered. Yeah, I don't want to have a multi-tiered approach, but I wouldn't mind having 2
Right.
categories, laissez-faire, STR, or someone that rents it out like under, 30 days or under 25. I don't know, would have to come up.
In fact, if I can interject, we agree, and we thought that there should be an exemption for 2 weeks. So if you are short-terming for less than 14 days, is what we had initially thought, then those hosts would be exempt from this. But after that, if you're taken up, at any rate, not to belabor the point, but we agree that there should be a release valve for owners to have a little bit of flexibility for the small operator.
They agree with me.
Jeffrey, I agree with you. I however think that we should throw this to the advisory committee that we have working right now and get some advice from them on these exemptions. I think we pass this ordinance and then we come back with suggested exemptions, and one of which would be the 14 days or whatever that really is, because I think that really is geared towards locals and locals that they want to take a vacation over Christmas and really supplement their income during that period.
I mean, it could be like even as simple as a house swapping.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Like some people do that, whatever. Okay, yeah.
But I think there's a great opportunity. We have a good open group with people on all sides of this issue that have convened and are working. And I think it would be a great place for them to suggest this exemption.
Wait a second. You bring up house swapping. Does this even cover that?
I have no idea. I'm just saying this, he's talking about other exemptions that might be applicable, and I just kind of threw that out. I don't,
I would honestly be okay to add the 14-day or fewer and then refine it later, honestly, because that's,
yeah.
I don't know, that group, the group might take,
Well, if you were,
yeah.
where we have seen that is that that there are typically 2 conditions that would have to be met. One would be 14 days or fewer, and the other one is it must be your primary residence.
Yeah,
Before you would be able to be exempt from that.
that sounds good.
Well, I'm inclined to not go too quickly on it because I think where there are unintended consequences, this is all new territory. And I think we have the opportunity to get input from the citizens on both sides of the issue. And I think we should take that input personally.
I agree completely with that, Dick. With having a piece of legislation in front of us, I would consider waiting on first reading till we refine this a little further.
I tend to agree with Carol. I would just let, if the decision is to let the overlay district task force have a look at this and come back with a recommendation, I would rather just table this till they came back with a recommendation. And then, look, we could push the date of we can just extend this and push the date of the fee down the road. I mean, it doesn't have to be January 1, right, Rick? We can just begin it.
Well, I mean, that could become problematic.
Okay.
You could impose it at any point during the year on a prorated basis because you currently have an administrative fee that is set by ordinance that is in place. That fee is adopted by the budget. So next meeting, you're going to have, and you need to adopt it because you've got positions that need to be paid for as part of that. And before we went down this road, we were increasing that, proposing to increase that fee slightly already. So you would have to get creative. Let's say you don't pass this till March or something of next year. We could just set on it and make it go into effect in January of 23, or you'd have to come up with some mid-year process for it, which throws everybody off. I mean, I think if you're gonna delay it, I would suggest that we go into it delaying it, knowing that you're probably not gonna get do most of this in 22.
Rick, I think we have two very distinct business seasons, summer and winter. So I think we could very easily delay it till May 15th so that people, as they're setting their rates for summer, would have warning and they would be able to implement it for the summer. And we could even set that now and get input and have this thing going. But another piece that I would like to suggest that we consider is phasing this fee in and not starting with the 756 or whatever it is right away. Maybe we start with we certainly need the funds to start mitigating the impacts on the community. So I may suggest we start at 400 and maybe we go 2 more tiers a year apart. So we don't get to the full fee for 3 years, but we start somewhere over halfway so that we can get some significant funding into the housing to mitigate some of these impacts. And so, I mean, I think that's something we could consider as well.
Well, and
I would like
I
to
think if you're going to do it that way, Dick, then I think what you do is change that 35% mitigation rate to a different number.
I disagree because that's our mitigation rate for employee generation in the development code. I like the 35%. I think that's what it should be.
Well, no,
Personally.
I get that, but if you're going to ratchet it up, I think that's how you ratchet it. You ratchet it from 20% to 25% to 35%. And that's how you get that fee increase.
Yeah, because that's the truth, right? Like, that's not, if we reduce this.
That's fine.
Then that's not the goal anymore, right? Like, that's until we bring it up to the real number, then it's just not the goal.
I mean, that's fine, but I think that 35% number is very significant.
No,
Because
if that's the goal in the report and the goal in the final analysis. But
well,
if you're
it's the goal we set before in burdening our business community on mitigating employee generation. And so I think it needs to be consistent. That's why I think it's so important. When we changed the ordinance around employee generation, what were we before at 15% or something?
we were less, we're like 7%.
Yeah, we were really low, and you've got Aspen that's what, 70%.
70, yeah.
So, we hit somewhere in the middle at 35 and that was big. And I think that's important. I think that's a number we should respect.
But if that's the case, then, I mean, this study reflects the 35% and that's what this number reflects. So if we say we're going to start out with 400, well, then that's not the goal at that point.
Yeah, we're gonna ratchet our way to the goal, but whatever, it's semantics at this point. I just want to make the point and point out that that 35% number is significant because it's tied to our other
Development code,
ordinance.
Well, and there, I think I want to understand what the council's goal is here, because there could be a couple different ways to get there, and I mean, you have a valid study, I believe, that and has a fee that makes a nexus. I mean, you could do some tweaking of this ordinance to say that, you know, this bill that would create a fee up to, say, up to 756, not to exceed, and give you the discretion then to set that fee at the first year. If you wanted to go say, hey, we're going to start this a little lower because we want to work through some things. And you could put language in there that you will review this within a year or whatever the date you say, give yourself a date to determine how that fee structure will occur in future years or something like that. So you can go ahead knowing that you've got to set a fee at some point that's already there. So you know, if you want to act upon this current ordinance and allow it to set up to that amount, but decide amongst yourself what you want that to be the first year, and acknowledge that you will review it by a certain date to determine, or if you're just not comfortable going there at this time.
Well, and Rick, you may
Can
have what I was trying to say better than I said it, because I am in full agreement with this study and the fee. I think it is accurate. I think it's correct. I think it's what we need to do. The 35% is spot on. It's consistent. However, I want to work with the short-term lodging community because I understand they've set rates for this winter, you know. So here we are charging a significant increase in a fee, even though we talked about it in almost every meeting, telling them it's coming. It's still a significant change, and they don't have a chance to reflect that in their pricing. So my goal in tiering it is not that I'm uncomfortable with what has been recommended. I'm 100% comfortable with it, and I want to get to it. I just want to take 2 or 3 years to get there in an effort to work with the business community.
Ellie?
Well, I fear that we're getting a little bit just kind of off track here. And I think what we really need to pay attention to is that what we're trying to do is keep the employees living here. And I really am concerned about, you know, Breckenridge, the kind of losing this whole middle class. And I guess the thing that I keep returning to is, you know, for a 3-bedroom, we're talking about $2,268 a year. And if they're anywhere in the 100 nights realm, that we're talking about $5 a night. So I feel like we're kind of creating more difficulties than we really need to with this fee. If there's, you know, I hear Dick, I think what he said is correct, that these people have, you know, a lot of these owners have set their costs 6 months or a year ago. I understand that, but at the same time, I don't think that we need to bend over backwards to make this really difficult. It's a larger fee, but it's still not a huge amount of money. But you know what it is a huge amount of money to is to the town to have the capabilities to take care of some employee housing. And so I guess I would be willing maybe to have a, you know, sort of a short timeline with May being when we would change the rates. But I really think that we are in a housing crisis. We need this money so that we can move forward with these programs. We know that we have a lot of established programs. Lori and Corey have done amazing things with a small amount of money, and we want these employees to be able to live here. I don't think that we need to put this off for any more time than is absolutely necessary. I guess I could go to May. I would love to see this go through as is in January. And then I think that we could talk to our small group about, you know, if 14 days is the right exemption, or if 21 days, or if 7 days. That's more of a discussion, but the rest of this, I don't feel needs to be as big of a discussion point. We're only recouping 35%, which means that, you know, nobody's overpaying their share, whether they're renting for 50 days or 200 days, they're still not overpaying their share. We're only recouping 35%.
Thanks, Kelly.
I agree with Kelly. I would like to see this done sooner than later, and I think we're in a housing crisis, and I agree with the study. Yeah.
Jeffrey?
I'm the same way. I definitely want to do something with the people that live in their house, rent it out 2-3 weeks, whatever. You know, I want that to be included. But, you know, I would acquiesce to the point, maybe doing it. No, I think we should do it. We should try to do it at the beginning of the year. And I think that is how I think I come down on it.
What about Dick's suggestion of starting at a lower rate?
I'd start at a lower rate, but only for 1 year. If we want to do it, you know, whatever, half or 2/3 for the first year, with the understanding that would go up the second year, just to kind of lessen the shock. But like Aaron said, like Kelly said, yeah, this is a crisis situation. So yeah, I would, that's how I come down.
I also think there's a logistical issue. If we don't include the 2 weeks now, but we want to move forward with this by January 1st, how does that look to people? Like, do they spend the $756 wanting to rent it out for a week at Christmas, but then they may not have, like, they may get that money back? Like, I think that there's a logistic issue too.
But we have a meeting next week. We could
Put it
do
in
it
there,
by
right?
final
Decide it.
reading. I
Yeah.
mean, we could just put it on the agenda and say, this is your chance to talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I think that's the way to
And the
go.
exception for the.
What is, I think council sounds pretty universal in their desire to work with people, primary residents, somebody that is really just trying to supplement income with a period of time when they may go on vacation and rent their place.
And I'd do 3 weeks.
Yeah, whatever. See, those are the details we could get input on, and then we could bring it back for second reading.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Bring back the suggestion of the working group for the second reading. Kelly, do you think we could get that done in one meeting? Get input from the group?
Oh, I'm sure we could.
That sounds great.
I
Would
just
you
want to give a
exempt-
chance to weigh in.
would
We may not be thinking of something.
I think that's a great idea.
Exempting them from this fee, not from a license, right?
No, just, yeah, not from a license, but a lesser fee, much lesser fee.
Just from the feet, because like,
Probably just from the fee. They still have to get the license, so they have to pay the license dollar amount, but they don't have to pay the fee. But, you know, again, that's something we can talk about.
it just seems unfair if we make them pay the fee, they lose the license, and then we say, oh, never mind, you don't have to pay the fee. Yeah, so this is good. The timeline needs to work out.
Dennis?
You know, we just appointed this STR advisory task force. And I really believe we have to listen to them first and then make our decision. I like everything I heard. I want to take care of the little guy. And I definitely think that doing it in 2 tiers, because right now we have a housing crisis, but these people have already established their budget for this year. So if we do it in 2 tiers, it's not as big a shock to them. But even run that by let's run that by the task force and give them a chance to weigh in before we make our decision.
I agree with Dennis. Administratively, we could impose this fee not at the beginning of the year. There might be more challenges, or it might be best that we defer it to 2023. I think that there's certain things that we haven't worked out within this fee. I believe in the study. I believe that we should have that rate as our consultant told us. I do believe working up to that. I guess I was using tier differently. Whereas in tier, I would ramp up to the full fee in that sense, but also tier into consider exploring options of it's under X day at this rate. And of course, I agree with the primary residency exception under a certain amount of days and just reduced fee or exemption for under even smaller amount of time.
You good enough?
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about this, of course, tonight and take public comment on it. I sort of tend to fall with Dennis and Carol on let's let the advisory committee do it. Let's prorate it. Let's, do this. Let's go through the winter and work on this, figure out what the number is going to be, and then just prorate the end of the year. And I think mainly it's because of what Dick has said about, people have set their rates for the winter. Ski area opens on Friday. So that's the only part about this that bothers me, is that we are dropping this, and I know that we have said multiple times, Dick. I mean, we have said multiple times that there's a fee increase coming for December or for January 1, but
I've personally made it my mission to bring it up every single meeting, so.
I know, but I would.
I'm uncomfortable with it too, Eric, so.
Yeah, and I would like to, I agree with Dennis. We have an advisory committee. I want to make sure that they can weigh in not only on, this one exemption, is it 14 days, it is 21 days, is it 29 days? I also want them to weigh in on the fee for the first year. And, and what does that look like? So, and I really don't want to vote on something knowing we're going to the advisory committee and we've already voted on something at first reading. That there's just a philosophical problem with me doing that. I don't like that, either visually or technically, how we do business. So that's where I am. That makes us split 3-3.
Well, and the only other piece, Eric,
Kelly vote, that's 4-3. Yeah, but
the only other piece I would throw out there is, we do need the money. I mean, it's established, it's confirmed by a third party. However, the timing of the money
correct.
is, we've got projects in the works. We're going to spend tens of millions in the next year. However, we've got it funded. It's the following years where we need funding for the big dollars. So,
well, don't forget about trying to keep some of these local neighborhoods intact. I mean, those buy down programs are super important to
I
help
was just
do
going to
that.
say that. Yeah, great point, Kelly. And that's why I want to tier it and get 50% or so this first year, because housing helps is seeing success like it's never seen before. The buy downs, we're buying more units than we've ever had the opportunity to buy in the past. So some of these other programs, leasing to locals, I don't think we've seen what the potential is for that program yet. So some of these other programs that cost real money are very much in place right now. We very much need to fund them. So that's kind of why I like the tiering. Let's do something fairly soon. Maybe we do take it to the committee and get some advice. But yet this year, I would like to see us do something, but tier it.
Mayor? Mayor, if you would, we have one small comment to make, if we can interject.
no, please.
Thank you. We just wanted to mention that hospitality is one of the most fluid industries in terms of how they set rates. And in many cases, hospitality is resetting their rates nightly based on supply and demand and the programs that they subscribe to do that. So it is a relatively fluid industry. And some of our hosts in Breckenridge doing short-term rentals don't have the same level of elasticity, but nevertheless, things are fairly fluid in hospitality.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, that'll give us good discussion for tonight. Everybody good?
Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you
It's
very
been
much.
great working with the staff and the council on this project.
Thank you. All right, anybody need a fiver? Or are we good to roll? Good. All right, we're gonna go to Riverwalk / Norris Design Plan Update.
Got a third chair we can pull over there.
Shannon, no.
Good evening.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. It's good to see you guys. For the record, Elena Scott with Norris Design, joined by Tori Idala. And Ellie Nyquist is the one who popped up on the phone there and was like, uh-oh, am I in the right spot? But we're excited to be here today to talk about the progress that's been made on the Riverwalk. We're really focused today on phase one. And that phase one has been identified as 2 different segments. That is from Watson to Ski Hill and from Ski Hill to Blue River Plaza. As you know, that when we've been here earlier this summer, we were here August 10th, and then we had a couple of site walk opportunities with staff and council to really understand the context of the improvements that we're making and really what we intend to do by creating a continuous experience for the Riverwalk from north to south. Some of the things that we've heard, one was that we wanted to really explore the idea of a living lab or a trial plan. We have this very exciting event happening Thursday morning with the opening of the parking structure. And there's been a ton of effort that's gone into that. Great job, Shannon. But it's really important to us to understand how an investment of that magnitude starts to change patterns, starts to change where people start and stop a trip, starts to change how people are really connecting through our community, both to the gondola and to Main Street and beyond. So the plan that you have in front of you is for that trial plan. And it's really we're gonna go through each of the different elements that we worked out with you on site, and then also have developed a cost estimate looking at that too. Some of our main goals, just overarching for those in the audience who aren't aware of what we're doing here, is we're really looking at enhancing pedestrian and bicycle safety, creating that continuous experience, especially for cyclists right now that really have a hard time navigating the Blue River Rec Path and where you're supposed to go. We also want to think about the experience of the river and what we have now and what it can be. And so we've done some preliminary environmental analysis around the river as well that we have in our back pocket. But really, it's really that sense of place that can extend the entire length of the river rather than just in the pieces that we have now. I know a quote from Rick at the last site walk.
Was that a good one?
The project has to be phased, but we want to make sure we have a pretty big impact in the first phase. And so this trial plan allows us to do that. It also gives us a little bit more time with all the property owners and the people that use the parking lots and the people that use the rec path, just to say, okay, is this working? So that's really what we're here to talk about today and get your input. Our goal moving forward, as Shannon wrote in the staff report, is that we would get input from you on this living lab or trial plan. Living lab. Do you like that?
I do. That's awesome.
It is a living lab because it gives us that opportunity to test and to study. There's been some great examples in mountain communities that have done this, especially because we see really big differences too in how people engage with our streets and our trails and everything, depending on what season we're in. So living lab is a great way to talk about it. But some of our main overarching goals that we were looking at just for this first segment that's up on the screen right now, we really wanted to create that separation. One of our biggest challenges, as many of us rec path users know, is conflicts between different modes of travel, be it longboard, bicycle, pedestrian, stroller, name large groups of 20, what have you. But, we want to look at how we reduce conflicts. And so one of those main things that we had talked about was allowing for some of those modes of travel to be able to have their own route and have the designated path. So one of the main things that we did with this was to look between Watson and Ski Hill at bringing a new bike path, trial bike path along the river. To do that, we will be reconfiguring a portion of the sawmill lot. There was the number of spaces. So we have a loss of 7 marked spaces in total in the sawmill lot with this proposal. So not a significant loss, which we were pleased with. It also allows for us to create a widened access point at Ski Hill and Watson. We all know how people behave when they get to a new place and they're trying to make a decision. Which way am I supposed to go? Am I going the right way? So widening those areas where we can without causing us to have to build more permanent like walls along the river was something that we looked at pretty significantly. We're using nationally like NACTO standards for colors for bike and pedestrian paths. You'll see the bright colors on the plan with the green and the blue. Those are used in communities all over the country and the world. And so we'd like to continue to use those standard colors to direct people that already are aware of those types of things. Tori is going to talk in more detail about specific items. I have one more that I want to mention in a lot of detail for this segment. And that is the parking structure, the extent of wayfinding signage, the new crosswalk, the new pathway systems that are being created and that if you haven't walked on them yet, really do change how you can interact with the space. When we planned out that portion of the parking structure, we were already thinking about what happens next. How are we moving people from here into Main Street? So we think that this can help to complement that and really show how we can start to separate some of these modes in a better way. In the alley itself, one of the biggest trial discussion or living lab discussion items was a partial one-way of the alley. There's only one partial one-way in the trial plan that happens between Ski Hill Road and the entrance to the Wellington lot. All other alleys within the space within the trial will be two-way, and Tori can explain more about how that works. The main goal there is that we start to give some more room to other modes of travel besides vehicles. Cars take up a lot of space, and in some areas where we can reduce that lane width and can give that back to walkers and bikers, it can really help us to accommodate all the traffic that's not cars within the community and get them safely to where they're going. I'm sure
All
you have
right.
way more detail to add.
All right, so as we look at this section of the plan, I'd like to go from kind of left to right or from north to south on how you would move through the space during this trial alley plan, as we like to call it. If you're on a bike and you're coming from the north, you're crossing Watson, you're heading east just a little bit, and you're onto our new trial bike path along the river. This path undulates between 14 feet, like we discussed with staff, to make sure that we have enough width in case pedestrians do use the rec path, as we know that they like to do what they want to do. But it does narrow in certain sections to avoid high retaining walls that would cause us to get wetland impact permits and things like that. So we're avoiding that. So you'll see some undulation there. If you're a bike, you're running through that space, you're crossing the area where our existing bridge connects pedestrians through to the parking garage and through to Wellington Lot and eventually Main Street. If you're continuing south, you're going all the way down to Ski Hill Road, where we're highlighting a pretty big crossing. We're adding bollards, we're adding painting, we're really highlighting to cars, this is a crossing, please slow down. So that bikes can safely get across there. Obviously, you will have to pause there, but just in case, we're adding extra visual aids. And then you can continue on towards the Blue River Plaza on your bike.
Just as a note, because I could see Jeffrey looking, but the bollards are the temporary bollards. And that way we can implement them at a low cost. You see this all over cities, even if you're down in Denver. I mean, it's a great way to start to create some temporary.
What I wrote down is the bollards is plowing.
So they can be removed in the winter. Yeah, so. Yeah, this is a summer trial. So yes, they can be removed for plowing in the winter. That is something that we thought about and talked about, because we had originally talked about, maybe a planter there, but that wouldn't help with plowing. So we removed those. And those temporary bollards can be white or they can be rainbow colored. We can decide that.
Hey, what is about a bollard? What does it look like?
It's on the third page if you want to bring it up. So on the right hand side there, so
Delineator.
yeah, they're just little delineators.
They're held it's magnetic, right? And you put a steel plate in the road there and then they hold them down.
Right, good.
We have some on Main Street.
Yeah, it just.
Get knocked over all the time.
Yeah.
Good question.
Bounce back up.
Are we taking the bike path behind the Bly building only for bicycles? Where across the ski hill? Or is pedestrian?
Because of the narrowness of that trail, that would be for bicycles, and we are designating pedestrians to go into the alley
Alley,
since they're already using it, and if they're already, kind of led that way, we're gonna utilize that natural movement and keep them in the alley. And if you pop back up to the first one, I can kind of talk about you as a pedestrian and where you would go. So as a pedestrian coming from the north, you can have two options, but really you would cross there at Watson, go down our fabulous new walkway towards the parking garage. And we have an ADA path down to the bridge, or there's also a stair. And we would cross that bridge towards Main Street and eventually end up in the alley. And you can either cross and go straight to the Wellington lot to Main Street, or if you're going down towards Dugan's or Eric's or that Main Street intersection of Ski Hill Road, you can go down the alley, and that's where that blue pathway is. And there's also delineator posts or bollards separating you from cars so that that space feels very safe, and a couple of planters along there to feel really nice. Just to provide that safe access, and people are already utilizing this space and already crossing in these areas. So we're basically just delineating it and highlighting it so that everybody knows what's going on and can more easily navigate their way around. Or if they're heading to Blue River Plaza, it kind of leads you all the way down that way.
And if you recall, the future plan for the bike path is that actually we include another bridge that would get you across the river. If you go to the next page, Shannon. When we were looking at the big plan with the opportunities and constraints and looking at the flow, the bicycle flow in particular throughout downtown, it's important to know where we're trying to get people safely to connect them. And so there was a bridge proposed in that location. We can't do a trial, really large bridge. You could, but at this point, we don't have that included in the trial. It's something we could certainly put on the table if you guys think that is.
What
I
does,
managed to do it for.
what does the trial bike path look like?
It just is the pavement thickness that's different,
Okay, so
really.
it's just it's got-
Right, we're not going to do our full typical section that we would do on a trail. So it's more of a 2-inch asphalt with some base. And that way we can.
Kind of like all the roads in Silverthorne.
I would be open to pedestrians or just
We're saying that we know that they'll do it anyway.
still go,
Yeah, so we're highlighting it as bike only, but we know that they'll still use it. So that's why we tried to widen it where we could.
okay. So there's no like deterrent of pedestrians, okay.
Well, and some of the other things that we did for pedestrians, when you look at the sawmill lot as an example, right now, there's a lot of different access points into that lot. You can drive anywhere you want, down the alley, down the parking lot, until you get to the Bly building because of the grade change there. You can't do it there. This proposal creates a separation between the two sawmill lots with planters and bollards right there. Yep. So what this does is it has cars going into one lot or the other. In either way, there's always an access point that's able to get out regardless of the one way. But we're able to create a dedicated route across to Wellington to say all the way to Main Street or to the right where you see the blue line. And we know this is very technical and detailed, so please ask a lot of questions, but and if there's a.
No, I like this because it'll give us an opportunity to see if that really is a natural pathway through the Wellington lot, which I think it is, but this will be great to either confirm it or not.
Okay.
Right, exactly. And today, people are already crossing in the same location previously before the parking garage was built, and people get lost. When they get to this point, they get lost. They're not sure where to go. So the planters and the separation is a nice breadcrumb to lead you all the way to Main Street. And they're, we only will have like a couple of wayfinding signs to help them along the way, but essentially we'll really be able to guide you to where you need to be.
looking at the pedestrian path there, is that gonna be delineated in any way? Because we know that people are gonna probably continue to walk straight right through the landscaping, so will there be another access?
We're
point?
proposing, so straight ahead, we're proposing another wayfinding sign, and there is stone pavers there right now. We're not proposing a curb cut because this is a trial.
Mhm.
And there is a drainage point right there, so that'll have to be reconfigured if this is super successful and we want to, move forward in that way. But yes, there will be a wayfinding sign there to continue to lead you down those breadcrumbs towards Main Street and downtown and beyond.
And there are a couple existing points where that connection already exists for pedestrians. Further to the left near Watson, it's actually really nicely done pavers. They always have hanging baskets in the summer. There's another connection further down to the right. It's not improved, but there's a gap onto Main Street, and so it is used.
Like I know you mentioned the color coded green and blue rec pass. Now, and I know this is for the summer, but if this works, obviously there's gonna be snow on those paths. So do you have any plans for like flagging or something to differentiate between the two colors?
We have heated paving at the parking structure that connects
Okay.
along that entire western edge of the river. So for pedestrians alone, they will be very inclined to use that route. And most of the cyclists in the winter are fat tires. And so they're going to be seeking out that snowier route. And so I think that, unless they want to make it easier on themselves for a short period of time, but that's what in the winter will really differentiate is where we're heated and where we're not.
Gotcha.
I did want to point out before we go into that, we can stop here and take questions, but on this page, a big topic of discussion, especially in the next segment of alley, the Ice House Alley, has been loading and trash and all of the operational things that are so important to running a business, but also challenging from a conflicts perspective. So there's a yellow, and Shannon, can you point to that? There's currently there's currently a bus stop in this location. Yep. And the proposal is to ship the bus stop, further to the west and allow for that to become a multi-space loading zone. That will allow us to free up some space in the alley where there's currently loading to create that pedestrian throughway. But it's important to point that out on this page because it is a pretty key part of the
So,
trial.
okay, I see the yellow now, and you're gonna go to the west with that, or where are you gonna go with the yellow?
So that would be, instead of trucks pulling into the Ice House alleyway
Yeah.
and parking there, trucks would pull up there and then they can take deliveries from that point to either alley, whether it's to Gold Pan Alley or to the Ice House Alley.
Right.
Have you talked to any of the?
We wanted to get counsel before we start.
So, and have we talked about allowing them in the alleys at up to a certain time of day? Like 8 a.m.?
Depending on what we do with the bollards and that sort of stuff. I
Okay.
think it's gonna be a big meeting to try to get with the restaurants and the delivery drivers to find something workable, while still being firm
Okay.
that deliveries need to accommodate some change.
That's probably the one thing on this plan that causes me the most concern. Because they're not using the loading zones now. They stop in the middle of
Right
the
in the
alley.
middle of the alley.
They just stop in the middle of the alley and
I
they allow
argue
enough
with
room
those
for a car
drivers
to squeeze
constantly.
around. But that's an enforcement issue if that's the way we go, but
Well, and then the other
what's
question
reasonable too,
is
you
that
know?
big enough too? Because, there are days where you'll have 3 different food vendors, and 4 or 5 different liquor vendors all at the same time, especially in the wintertime, which I know this is not as much, but especially when you're busy. So in July and August, there's a lot of trucks at any one time. I think if we can force them to do
Mhm.
earlier drops,
Yeah.
I think that's really would be helpful.
So we've never pushed that very hard. We've talked about it over the years because, if you don't get delivered in Vale Village, right, you miss a window. You're done.
But this, you're not done because you either get the easy drop in the alley up until 8 AM.
Uh-huh.
Or you have to be, or your driver has to be here and he has to hand truck this stuff.
Right.
I think you're giving them an option, so nobody's missing a delivery. If for some reason something got screwed up, there's still some place for them to go. I mean, I'd even be okay if we needed to, even during the early morning, allow them to drop on Main Street. As long as it's up to a certain amount of, a certain time,
It is sized for a full semi right now.
which is not, that's
You
the
want it to be
problem.
2.
Well, at least 2, if not 3, because now you're not only taking the truck that's in the ice house, the 3 or 4 trucks.
Mhm.
Now you're also taking the ones that are behind Carboy and the Bangkok Happy Bowl. And so,
Yep.
they're not necessarily the same trucks.
Okay, we'll look at that more with
Okay.
staff.
I think this is just in the trial. I wouldn't consider this a solution moving forward. And it's
Like this.
definitely to open up the conversations with the delivery drivers and sort of signal that this is going to change. We're starting some changes this summer, such as this. I'm totally on board with the 8 AM
I think
thing.
it's,
And then I wouldn't do this in the winter.
I think this has to be
at all.
done. They
Yeah.
do whatever they want. And it's even frustrating for business
Yeah.
owners.
There's drivers delivering on Main Street in the 400 and 500 block Main South currently, early, up until probably 8 or so. It's not a problem.
Yeah, if we have a prohibition after a certain amount of time and you give them some place to go, I don't, they will complain, but I have argued with the same driver from the same company that I don't use parking in front of our garage area
Mhm.
at our building constantly. The guy just does not care. And until we come up with a plan and then start writing tickets, they're gonna not care until that happens. So.
Yeah, I think after the trial, we'll have a larger look at what we're doing and maybe something's happening at Schoonover, maybe something happens at Sawmill. I don't really know quite yet. But I do think we'll need a larger centralized location if we feel like these alley changes work and we want to continue with them.
At Schoonover, just to point out, because we know there's a real lack of good bicycle parking in the alley and that a lot of people are using it. Where a few of the spaces that are head-in parking at the Schoonover building off the alley. This spot has been identified in the town study when they're looking at bicycle mobility throughout the community, the one that Teddy's doing with the Sustainability Office. That has been located at, or identified as a location where some kind of bike plaza hub, something would be desired. And so we are trying to set that up in the trial to get that activated to start, just as you can park your bike here.
Where is that, Elena?
It is right above Shannon's.
East side of Schoonover.
Okay,
right on
Where
the east
where the
side.
cars park right now.
Right.
See a ton of bikes parked there right now. People are attaching their bikes to trees, to traffic signs and everything. So it's a pretty obvious need in that location. And I know that Gold Pan and Carboy and the tap room and everyone have kind of put out some, temporary bike parking there, but it's not, secured to the ground. So, if you're riding your $6,000 mountain bike, you're not going to want to lock it up there.
And you're gonna
So-
run the design of the bike stands by us?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Are you adding any other places? Any other spots for bike parking? Is it on here and I can't see it?
There's bicycle parking shown right now on the other side of the Schoonover building as well.
Okay.
Do you remember on the river where right by the ski hill bridge? That's wide enough that we can accommodate several different bicycle parking spots there, if you'd like. There are other areas where there's going to be bicycle parking also at the parking structure. So quite a bit of bike
Only
parking
tearing
there.
down the Schoonover building.
Whenever
Not in
you
the
want. Trial
Do
tear
that
down.
in the trial, but that is up to you,
Seems
obviously.
like a good time to do it.
Basically, with this trial, we're really trying to create that connection with a lower cost plan without having to do a lot of the improvements into the river and things like that we know will come later. But give us an opportunity to study, see what we like about it, and especially see how things will change from a mobility perspective once people are parking in that garage.
Cool.
One more page and then.
One more page, we'll let
Go
you guys
fast.
attack us. So this is the section of the Ice House Alley as we continue south. So at this point, if you're crossing over Ski Hill on your bike, you're going behind, yeah, exactly, the Y building. This is a narrow path right now, and to avoid retaining walls and setting back rivers and things like that, we're gonna keep it pretty tight. And so we really do want to sign this as bike only because they don't have a lot of movement if there is a pedestrian in the zone. And we do want to sign the circulation for pedestrians to move forward. Naturally, they already do move through the alley as opposed to this trail. Some do travel this way, but we really want to make it really obvious with the paint, with some signage to move pedestrians straight north and have the bikes kind of scoot. Go all the way to Ski Hill Road, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm
They
reading it.
go all the
reading
way
it right.
past the parking structure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. and
Yeah,
that's-
I just because the yellow dots stop, I wasn't sure.
A big thing just is that continuity that right now is missing, just giving people the right.
We talk about the two-way alley bit here. So this 95% of the time functions as a one-way alley. People that use this all the time drive through it in a counterclockwise fashion.
Mhm.
Can we talk to the owners of the Bly building about allowing us to do that as a one-way for this summer for the trial period?
Yes.
Don't do it is because they own the property, but do you think,
Are you offering to talk to them?
yeah, I'll talk to them.
So
I mean, I just,
you
well,
said just going in.
you go in there, I mean, everybody does the same thing. Everybody goes in that way and out by
Mhm.
pubs.
Yeah.
And the majority of people do that to the point that if somebody from out of town comes the wrong way, they get beeped at and yelled at, even though it's not it's not a one-way, it's a two-way, but it's already functions that way. It would be great if, and there's really not a ton of skin off the Bly building because they go through the cut through right there to get out. So it's really, it's not like you got to go through the whole parking lot.
We can talk.
Can we approach them and see? Because that would really clean a lot of this up, I think, if we made this one way.
It's possible they'd gain more parking spaces too if you did angle them like the CAD says you do, even though the
Yeah,
cars
yeah.
in the aerial say they don't. Quite a few discussions on this previously, so. Kelly,
Great building. Get our hands.
2022 summer trial period.
No, I'm pretty excited to have you guys involved, Elena. I think everything looks really good and really looking forward to cleaning this up next summer. Like the living lab.
Living lab?
It's a living lab.
Lab, man.
Living lab, right.
Kelly doesn't have to wear a mask. I think she should.
did we miss anything, Shannon?
No, I think we're good. Does council have any further
Questions?
questions?
Questions first?
No, this is great.
Comments?
Thank you.
Great project, fully supported.
Are you comfortable?
See how it all works out. I think it's great.
Are you comfortable with the budget of $300,000 to implement the living
Yes.
lab next summer?
Mhm.
And we'll bid this, and if the bids come out of line, I'll come back to you on that. We do have this already budgeted in the CIP.
Sweet. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Make it happen. What's that? Managers report.
Public projects
Update.
Thanks, Flavia.
Yeah.
EPU.
A little.
Hey, James.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council.
That dam collapse yet or okay?
That's why I'm bringing James down to give you an update on the dam. Want to talk about that first?
Yeah, is that first thing on here? Yeah, as a real-time update over what Shannon has included as part of the packet. I've had the opportunity twice now in this week already to meet with the design team and general contractor. The good news is that some of the work has been identified and already completed. And the kind of the main work that's been completed is really what's causing some further discussion with respect to the water and having water available for snowmaking, et cetera. That being said, the cofferdam work is completed. It's waiting for a final inspection from the SEO office on Thursday. At that point, we're confident that we're going to be able to start to fill the reservoir up to the to 9879.3, which calculates to 401 acre feet of water, which is the magic number that's driving a lot of conversation. The evaluation of the leakage of the dam identified several areas. One was the cofferdam, like I said, that's just been repaired. The other area that has been identified too has to do with the 96-inch bypass pipe. And so there is a plan, a mitigation plan to correct that work starting this week. Since this did get a lot of attention from not only the project team and from the state and from everyone involved in this, it has added some additional work to the project. That 96-inch bypass pipe is critical for season 2 work. And so, because that is gonna take all the flow of the river next year during runoff, and that could be anywhere from 300 to 450 CFS of water. So with the idea of an issue in that bypass pipe, the state has directed us to do some additional work in terms of really securing that pipe and making sure it doesn't have any further leakage. So that work will take place yet this fall, and then there'll be adequate time in the spring before runoff comes around to kind of test those sections to ensure that everything's gonna be
Hey,
safe.
James, I had a bunch of people reach out to me about river flow. What did we do? We just kind of to fill up the torrents and for snowmaking? Is that what the motivation?
Well, what's happening kind of concurrent to all this is CSU, and then I'm guessing that it's in terms of there's more water in the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, what that is Colorado Springs Utility, who controls Upper Blue Reservoir. They are basically exchanging water back to Denver Water and the Bureau of Reclamation.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with snowmaking.
Has nothing to do with
Okay.
snowmaking, although there is kind of a win for the ski area.
I
with
told
the
a bunch of
release
people
that.
that it did. So will you back me up?
Absolutely. It is working to their benefit, however, the temperatures as current are not. So
Yeah, right,
unfortunately,
okay.
it's
A leak in the cofferdam, we had to lower the tarn, so we had to let water out, and that increased the flows even more this past weekend in the river.
But mostly it was Colorado Springs.
yeah, and that
How long will that go on, James?
well, they're right at the end of that. There was 2,000 acre feet of water to be released that was owed to Denver Water and the Bureau. And as we understand it, they're nearing the end. And so the date that we have is Tuesday, the 16th. They'll be complete with that release. And then I'll go back to just native stream flow, which will be on the order of probably 15 CFS in towns, 15 to 20. I don't know how the other tribs are contributing at the moment, but
Cool.
so.
Any questions about the water, the dam, anything? Thanks, James.
Yeah,
Any other
absolutely.
public projects questions?
Yeah, when are we gonna park in the parking lot?
Thursday, buddy. Oh, Friday.
So I can,
Park in the Surface lot on Thursday for the wake
Thursday.
up Brecken
right.
ribbon cutting. And then Friday, the entire structure is open.
Will there be headroom for my camper?
How tall is your camper, Jeffrey?
11.6.
No,
Okay.
surface only for you.
You have a list of people for me to thank.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Doug from Hyder give a shout out to all the subs, but we'll also give you some talking points for the design team and that sort of thing.
Okay, cool.
I'm working on it. It's tomorrow. Okay, do you want it written or emailed?
You can just give me a list when I show up on Thursday.
Perfect.
Early, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. I'm a pro. I can handle it.
AM. It's early for Dick, but
Are we doing it all together? Like this, one.
Holding the hands.
No, one handout spot as far as the mugs and stuff?
Multiple.
tables, they'll have multiple tables set up, and we'll kind of split you up, and you'll go be with a resort person at a table, For 10 minutes, 15 probably at the most.
And then the
you know.
Vax bus is there too.
And it's not
Something like that.
drive-through. I did have somebody ask me if
It's
they
not
could
what?
drive
Drive-through,
through
yeah.
and get a mug.
No.
It's not.
Attention for a little bit. Yeah.
Thing is first.
Time's that?
7:30, you got to come at 7
Where are we gonna do it?
in the plaza.
Sweet.
And then
Plaza's
ribbon
awesome.
cutting, and then we move over to your mug station after the ribbon cutting.
Okay, can we choose who from the skier we're gonna be with? There's some, there's some-
You can tell me later.
that I don't think want to be with me.
Put him with him.
Okay, mobility update. Everybody good with these projects?
Yeah,
Dog park.
good work on the garage, by the way.
Dog
Yeah,
parks is good.
Well done.
Put in the brief on the parking structure, and then we have the ridership that Matt can speak to if you have questions on that.
I want to have Matt
Oh.
give you an update on the bus schedule because we've had some changes to it.
Sweet. Hi, Matt.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So in regards to the free ride bus schedule, our operating plan, we had intended to go to winter operating this Friday. We'd like to continue with our summer service plan through December 2nd. With the addition of the resort operated blue and red routes. They're starting this Friday, so that'll actually assist us. But it's really due to some staffing and training kind of delays with some of our new drivers. So on December 3rd, we'll go to our winter service schedule, which it changes gray to brown and yellow. And it also adds the Upper Warriors Mark shuttle coming back again 8 to 8 daily, and then also provides purple A and B. At this point right now, we're not comfortable running the trolley starting in early December, but if we get 4 more bodies behind the wheel here, we'll be comfortable doing that. So.
Excellent.
Cool.
After December 2nd, how about Thanksgiving weekend?
We're gonna still maintain what we're at with summer, so we'll have the support of the resort with blue and red. So blue going to Beaver Run and that way, but at this point, we don't have a plan to run the trolley, but if we have the body, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Other questions?
So how is staffing? How many short are you for?
We're
full
really only
staff?
4 short for being fully staffed, and we're optimistic, but we have a few people on FMLA right now. We also have 2 people that are testing today, actually, for their CDL. One started training today, and one has a CDL that started today. So with those accounted for, we're still 4 short. But we feel pretty good about where we're headed.
Good though.
Yeah, it is.
If you read the summit stage minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't have Matt.
How many, Matt, out of curiosity, how many of them are in our transitional housing?
I actually do not know.
They're pretty much, I'm gonna guess, we fill up
Dana here.
about 20 units.
Yeah.
On just rough guessing,
Yeah.
around 20 units with transit drivers.
Yeah. So, yeah.
What you got to do?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Took the bus today.
Just curious, how long does the CDL process take for someone?
It legally is 2 weeks, but
Huh.
generally we're about 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll put them through a training program and then support them to get the test.
Yep, they have to do the very beginning of, doing drug tests and getting their permit. They study on their own before they come to us. When they arrive, they have their permit. And then we start in-house training. Lisa Lynn, who most people know, she does most of our training for us, and 2-week process through the whole thing, how to drive, how to check a bus out. And then they get tested. Right now, we've been contracting through the summit stage to do our CDL testing, $250 a driver to take over there, and they give us the test, and then they get their license from them right there.
Was that you or the ski area training in the Gold Rush lot?
That would be the ski. Well, it depends on whose bus it was. Probably the ski
I see
area.
the bus. I just saw the
Big
cone
school
set up.
bus?
It was the school looking bus. That was the ski resort.
Fresh from Nicaragua.
Other questions?
Thanks, Matt.
The app has in some ways gotten easier, in some ways virtually
Unusable, yeah.
unusable.
It's
know about
on
it.
hot on my list
Okay.
for some
The,
improvements.
the
so.
first look part is really cool. That's awesome. The rest of it is just gotten terrible. So
Totally agree.
I use this thing pretty often, so you'll hear from the two of us.
We'll be working on it. It's hot on our list. So.
Thank you. Anything else? All righty, and you saw the transit totals. Housing and childcare, anything?
We had a committee meeting report today, but I don't know, Dick, is there anything you want to say? I think most of what is, we're going to come to you with, what we're calling the Justice Center site proposal at the next meeting. We need to
That's
get a
moving right
decision
along.
made on that because we need to enter into a contract with New West to go modular. Right now, we're estimating at least.
Walking, isn't it?
What?
What'd you call them?
New, oh,
West.
that's the old, no, I'm sorry, Fading West.
Thank
right?
you.
I'm thinking of new,
Wes is building big houses.
well, you can tell what's on my mind. Yeah. And then we're also gonna, I think, show you kind of the final proposal to what we're calling phase 2 Alta Verde. We removed one building and consolidated 24 units out of that building into the other stuff so that we could have, it was tucked up too close to the current solar panels.
Oh,
So
how many units?
total, they're gonna be close to 200.
I was at the
Two
meeting.
buildings at 3-story, 2 buildings at 2-story still.
I was at the meeting, but I forget why. So yeah, it's tucked up against the solar panels, but what's the problem with that?
Sun.
It's too industrial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
It also
quality.
gives us the opportunity to utilize some of that space to add some more ground mounted
Surface
solar
mounted, yeah.
panels to
Yeah.
help us get
Right, right.
to net zero.
Sure.
I mean, the housing I thought was really exciting that crew, I mean, Laurie and Corey have just, they've grown their staff and getting a ton of work done.
Yeah.
As I said before, housing helps and buy downs have both exploded.
And the new council reps are really kind of bringing it to the bank.
The other thing, if you have employees that are interested, we just put 5 buy down units out on the market. There's a link on the Summit County Combined Housing Authority site. We'll be, they'll be taking offers on these units full. I mean, we never get into a bidding war. So we're selling them, if it's a gold camp unit at $450, if we get 5 people that offer $450, then we'll do a lottery. And we're doing primary occupants first, and if there's not enough interest there, then we will take proposals from businesses for those units too.
Oh, sweet. Excellent. Anything else? Housing, childcare? No, committee reports. It's Summit Stage and TPAC disbanded by Shannon, according to the memo.
Finally, and with a lot of thanks for all the work that they've done over the past few years.
The Transit and Parking Advisory Committee, they're gonna redo it as something else. Mobility. Reimagine.
Along those lines, if we're gonna need new committee members for that, I think we have 2 childcare positions open, 3 liquor and marijuana committee openings. We have so many committee openings. I
Wow.
think we really need to think about a more robust strategy for
Yeah.
getting community members involved and knowing when there's an opening.
I would love to have a one sheet or email that everything that's coming up. So I can kind of, kind of.
Carol, let's bring that up at the social equity group.
Mhm,
That there are all those openings. Let's figure out how we can get that group putting them out there too.
mhm. That's a great
And
idea.
I think, well, and this might be in the future, but again, I think the application process is a lot more fair. What we used for the Social Equity Commission group themselves, if that's at all possible. I know that there's a lot on people's plates.
We'll be asking you to do something after you're done.
I was thinking multiple things. Jeff.
Maybe community service officer.
All right, events.
So I think the memo and the meeting minutes probably cover most everything. There's a good update on the upcoming events and a note that the committee did provide feedback to the BTO that they would like them to do community collection of information from community members and business owners on the future format of Oktoberfest.
Excellent. Any questions? No? Open space master plan update. Oh, hello.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Just a few quick updates on our open space and trails master plan. As many of you know, we've been heavy into our public engagement process for the last 6 weeks or so, and we just wrapped up a locals-based survey on November 1st. Over really the next month or 6 weeks, our consultants are going to be diving deep, compiling a lot of this data, doing a lot of mapping and taking a close look at this, but I have some highlights that I thought are pretty interesting. We did have 514 people complete the survey, which we think is a pretty good number. Out of that, 63 are year-round residents in the county. Kind of the next tier, we have some folks who work in the community but live in neighboring counties. When asked if respondents had experienced any conflict on trails between hikers and bikers, interestingly, 46% said yes and 54% said no. Interesting tidbit there. Also, the majority of people actually do review signage and etiquette information at a trailhead before using a trail. So I think that's something we can certainly take advantage of as we go forward. 64% of the respondents said they were comfortable hiking on trails that are also shared by mountain bikers. 73% of respondents would not pay to park at a trailhead. Not terribly surprising. Also, most people consider themselves to be experts at whatever trail activity they're engaged in. We have an awesome community. And for hiking trails specifically, people, no surprise here, are predominantly looking for good views and scenery. For mountain bikers and mountain biking trails, people are predominantly looking for smooth, flowy single track, followed by a looped trail system. And the top 3 priorities that were identified so far for the open space and trails program as a whole really is to protect natural areas for development as the number 1 priority. Number 2, preserving rivers, wetlands, and wildlife habitat. And number 3, improving the quality of life and healthy lifestyles. So we'll certainly release more information as our folks have a chance to dive into this and put it all together, but thought it was pretty interesting information and I think a great response rate from our locals on that survey. We've also released a second survey a week or 2 ago now on conservation. It's a little bit longer and we tended to geek out a little bit on Cucumber Gulch Preserve and a lot of the conservation there. But we were excited to have Jess Doran, who does a lot of our research there in Cucumber Gulch, and Brad Johnson, who is an amazing wetlands ecologist who's done a lot of stuff around the state, including Cucumber Gulch. So we had also Bill Mangle from ERO join us on that. And we just finished recording our next podcast in the series, which is trail etiquette and types of trail usage. We were able to bring in Bill Mangle for that from ERO, but we brought our very own Tony Overlock to that discussion. And John George was also able to join in. So I think our consultants are in the midst of editing that and hoping to release it soon. And our hope is to have 6 total podcasts that we can release over the next coming months to really keep people engaged. We're encouraging people to sign up for updates on our project website at brecost.com. And we're soon going to be starting to do about a once a week question. Certainly as we get into the winter season, we want to capture a lot of that winter trail use and just do some one-off questions that you can answer directly right there on the website so that we still are able to get in that type of good information. But that is where we are right now, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
When you said 63 locals, is it 63% of the survey applicants were local?
63%.
Okay. And on the 46% that said there was conflict between hikers and bikers, did you get any names? Was it Reed?
I actually do have all that information, but I'm not sharing.
Does that blow anybody else away?
Did it say someone kind of
46%?
tall and handsome? Yeah.
I think
Handsome.
perception is everything.
63% said they were comfortable. So, I mean, I would guess that there's a fair amount of it that was minor, was low level conflict.
No, it's 46 was what?
63% was the number of locals.
But there was 60 some
Yeah,
percent said they were-
64% are comfortable hiking on trails that
That's
are
what I
shared
was
by
talking
mountain bikers.
And did you ever get much response on the Spanish version?
I have to get total numbers on that yet, but at least is how people identified themselves for the demographics of the survey. It was just a small handful of folks who identified as Hispanic, a couple of Asian, predominantly white.
I mean,
as you
that's
might imagine.
consistent. We've struggled to get participation, so we'll
Mhm.
keep trying.
For sure.
Great. Any other questions?
Did you say that there was another survey for conservation?
No, that was a podcast.
Oh,
That
the
was-
podcast.
so
Okay, I thought you said.
42 minutes of all kinds of geekiness on conservation.
Have people been listening?
Yes, I don't have the updated stats. They're pretty old that I have, but they actually have been downloaded and listened to, especially that first one that we did to kick things off. I think our next one, because we're going to start, diving into a little bit of these trail issues and kind of setting the stage for some of that we're going to get a lot more, listeners to that.
When would the winter survey be?
I need to chat with our consultants. They've been on the road a lot this week, but I'm hoping to do it soon, especially with the ski resort opening this week and snow coming in this week. I think we're about due to start that.
I would do it like in January, after people have a chance to be on the trails with the various users. You know what I'm saying?
We might be pretty far along and are visioning at that point in time. That's a lot of what they're doing and taking this data right now is to help us build that vision. We still want to do another open house once we have something a little bit further fleshed out, but we still want to engage people throughout the process. So we might continue to do that, but we also still want to capture some of that initial winter use.
Cool.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Tourism Overlay District Committee update. Dick, Kelly, Rick, Shannon?
I think we had a very good first meeting, had a lot of participation, spent the majority of that meeting going over the different land use districts and how they're laid out and kind of touched upon kind of some early recommendations. The plan as we go back, staff is going to throw out some recommendations of what we feel are kind of the low hanging fruit, maybe the obvious land use districts that we would recommend that should be included, and then make sure we get group consensus on those, and then start working towards the ones that obviously are going to have a little more lively discussion involved in it. So it's really about, I think it's about the first task is really let's look at what the district looks like, and then we have to work through what are the rules within the district, what are the rules outside of that. So once we've identified that area and know the number of units in that area, we can start to look at data and do that. So the next meeting is scheduled for a week from today. And one of the things that we've decided to do is make it a more public meeting. And so we're going to hold it within the council chambers here so that we can see people around here. And if people in the public want to show up and listen, they have the ability to do that and set in there, but it's not going to, we still want to control and work within that committee. So.
I thought it was a good group and I appreciate Mark, all the work you went into preparing, and Rick and Shannon. It was, I thought, very well done.
Yeah. Anything to add, Kelly?
No, they covered it. It's a great group of people. It seems like a lot of people willing to problem solve and, give the town their best.
Awesome. Okay.
Eric, before we jump off of the manager's report, can I have a quick discussion with the council on if we want to engage a federal
Yes.
lobbyist for 2022? Eric and I were at the mayor, manager, and commissioners meeting last Thursday. And one of the discussions that we spent quite a bit of time on was lobbying efforts. And we engaged Squire Patton Boggs with the other entities in the county in 2021 to work with us, but mostly at a statewide level. And because of, we all know that with the infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better and all of that there is an unprecedented amount of dollars that are being floated around out there. And so there's a feeling that amongst some of the others that they need to approach this very singular, from the very agency specific, to go for those dollars and not do a joint lobbying effort at the federal level. And so I can tell you Frisco has already engaged Squire Patton Boggs to to do federal lobbying for them in DC, and the county pretty much told us they'll be doing the same thing, and I think we should too. I think we should be in a position to be competitive for these grant dollars, and sometimes that takes people that have their ear to the ground a little better than we do. So I did ask Mar to get us a proposal, and if you were able to look at that, I showed her our priority. I explained to her what I thought would be our priority areas. There's 7 priority areas in there. And that was the proposal submitted. And this price of $110,000 does include if we do one trip with some of you out to DC to meet in person. If we take that out, it's only 100,000. So I showed our priorities as workforce housing, childcare, infrastructure, mobility/transit, sustainability, broadband, and from a kind of a regional perspective, wildfire mitigation. So.
Rick, do you see the other communities interested in collaborating at times on things, or do you see this as
Frisco did this without
saying a word to anybody?
They just did it.
I think we could have, but I don't think the direction's there now. So I think that I think if we want to do it, we need to move forward. They've already signed it. They've already started. So
I mean, I'm thinking like wildfire mitigation.
yeah, I mean, there does, and there's some overlap on some of these things, but yeah.
Dylan is pretty much out. They thought they got no value from the whole thing. Silverthorne is heading down more of a transportation path because they want exit 205 fixed.
Sure.
So
Yeah, I mean, Silverthorne's engaging with a totally separate
different lobbyist.
at
That's gonna be my other question.
90,000, and that's just for transportation, pretty much.
Lobbyist.
I mean, that would be my other question is this the right law firm since we're in with the others? Maybe I see advantages to that and I see disadvantages to that. I don't know.
Yeah. It's certainly an advantage to that firm.
Sure.
Because really, that's what we're accomplishing. They're just, they're going to do the same work for multiple clients and get paid more.
You bet it. Yeah,
But-
yeah, you bet. that.
Have a strong state footprint to help us with. Is this contract for federal and state issues or?
No,
just-
this is not state, just federal.
Even I
And
think
and that's
there's-
the other question, because the other towns said they would still collaborate at the state level if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Some of them said
Frisco
they
said
would.
that. Frisco and the
We
county.
never got a good answer if they.
Not from Silverthorne, but Frisco said they would and the county said they would. Dylan, I think, is just
Yeah.
out.
Frisco and the county are our partners.
But as Rick started off, like there's so much federal money out there with infrastructure just passing Build Back Better Act. So I think having someone to help us navigate the system, we have so many shovel-ready projects, and I think we have a good track record with these guys. So I'm
It
fully
pays for
supportive.
itself pretty quickly. too.
Yeah.
You got one big grant.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
All right.
Okay.
You guys feel like that's the right.
I mean,
Best in this stuff.
Dick, you asked, is there other firms? Of course, there's other firms. Do I know of them? No, I mean, Carol's got her ear to the ground more than we do on this, but I think they're as good as any right now, and probably. And that relationship we have with that person is strong, and that helps us, so. Let's give it a shot and see.
We have one more thing to do and then we'll break for dinner and because we're reconvening at 6, you'll recall. We have de novo hearing procedure for the BGV project.
You need me to take the lead on this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, tonight in your packet, you will have a call-up hearing. We've provided a script for the procedure. I don't know if you have any other questions for me or.
Yeah, we seem to do these all the time. So I think you guys know what you're doing?
Not all the time.
Hey, I just remember tonight, we'll stick to the script and we stick to the points. There's master plan notes. I know there's some concern over, but anything that you talk about this evening, make sure it's in regards to point analysis and not, I don't like timeshare or I don't like it's not, I don't like, it's how does this fit into the code? That's all that we do when we do these call-ups. So stay on point. We'll get through this.
I have a question,
Yes.
kind of procedure question. What goes in the record? What is the document that gets recorded and ratifies the master plan that would be referred back to in years to come?
I think the master plan itself, if it gets passed, gets ratified. That whole. is
So
that
that's
correct,
the
Trucks? That
document-
whole document gets,
They gave us.
right.
Okay, so if I have
Exactly.
concerns with that document, either omissions or
Additions.
yeah, whatever, then I need to ask that be added, and we can make that a
Or struck.
condition.
Absolutely. That's a
Okay.
big part of it. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, well, so there's a really nice write-up in here about how it all works as far as the master plan and then the individual
Site
development.
specific, yeah.
Site specific, will that be discussed tonight as part of the overview of the project? Yeah,
And Chris Canife's. Are you taking the lead on this, Chris?
okay. Just, I mean, it doesn't have to be long. I'm just not sure everybody in the public understands how that all works.
It's a good
and
way
this-
to tee it up, yeah.
This was really good in here, so. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Supper break.
Reconvene at 6:00. Yes, this is supper.
Supper.
What's the difference between supper and dinner?
Guess we know how he feels.
Well, I could have told you that.
Hmm?
I could have told you that before the meeting.
Excuse me. Oh, Jesus. Longer.
I don't know the answer. to that. So, why if they were
Longer.
a lot of-
Moment.
Yeah, a
What's
lot
that?
of inquiry.
Okay, thank you.
Dana? Hey, good.
Hey, Eric, I am here. It just, the host turned off my camera, so they gotta turn it back on, I think.
Voice of God.
I had first communion, but I never was. So I just had a couple confessions. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
I was like, I don't trust. I don't trust this.
You still wanna, do you wanna do the call up from the podium or from this table?
Sunday dinner. And
I
I
don't
try
care.
to pass them something and they're like, look at my.
You mean for who?
Legislative from there, but we could, if you want to do call up
That's fine. For the, you mean the staff?
staff and, you know, the
An
applicant,
applicant?
they would come sit down here.
That's fine. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Psyched you out there. I'd like to call to order
That was a
the
good one.
Town Council regular meeting for Tuesday, December 9, 2021. It is 6 PM. Roll call, please.
Ms. Sade. Mr. Carlton.
Here.
Mr. Bergeron.
Here.
Ms. Owens.
Here.
Here.
Ms. Giello. Mayor Mamula.
Yes, we have approval of the minutes for October 26, 2021. Is there any questions, additions, deletions? Jeffrey sounded brilliant. as
Yeah, I think
usual.
I got a good minute.
Anything? No, minutes stand as presented. Agenda, Rick?
No changes.
All right, we move on to communications with council. The first is citizens' comments. These are non-agenda items only. 3-minute time limit, please. If you'd like to speak during this period, lectern is there. Please give your full name and you have 3 minutes to tell us, speak your piece. Anyone? No? All right, we move to Breckenridge Ski Resort update. Jody. Evening.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
How are you?
Are we wearing masks for speaking? Yeah, okay, good to know. All right. We're making snow. So that's the good news. It's been an interesting start to the snowmaking season, just given the weather and the temperatures, but we have had some really good production over the last several weeks, and we will be opening on Friday. Excited to say we will open Springmeyer upper 4 o'clock. We'll have chair 5 and Colorado chair. So I personally hiked the trail the other day just to see how it was coming together, and it's actually a good product. We have wall to wall, almost all the way. The bottom area where it's been a little warmer has been a little bit tougher. So that's what's happening there. The good news is we're kicking off our 60th anniversary, so 60 years to celebrate. And we will be kicking off with Wake Up Breck on Thursday in conjunction with the new parking structure. Ribbon cutting, so excited. 7:30 we'll kick off and we will be offering DJ and waffles and all kinds of fun events just to kick off the season. So really excited and grateful for your partnership. Excited for that day. All right. So up at the mountain, let's see, we plan to operate starting on Friday all the way through Memorial Day. So we're in for our good long season. And I think what's important to note is that in the late season, we do plan to center our operation around peak 6, 7, and 8 to really round out our spring atmosphere and really keep it going this year. So Let's go, 200-day season right ahead of us. Let's see. Also, just kind of wanted to bring the group up to speed on our COVID protocols. As we've announced earlier, there will be no reservations for skiing this year. But where you will see a little bit of a difference is we will have masks required in our indoor facilities. For our high volume cafeteria style on mountain dining locations, we will be requiring reservations, which we call time to dine. We will have scanned barcodes, QR codes throughout the resort where you can scan and make your daily reservation at any one of our on mountain restaurants. We will be requiring vaccinations to enter those facilities. You can go into the restrooms and use some of the non-seated dining areas fully masked, but you will need a vaccination to go in and purchase food or to sit and dine. So that's different. Yeah, and we look forward to just really welcoming the community back to what we hope to feel more like a normal ski season. So that's exciting. I do want to talk a little bit about our new Freedom Super Chair that's going in on peak 7. We're right on schedule. Everything's in place. We are due for our load test on November 18th. And we will open that chair early December when we go into operating peak 7. So that's exciting. And I think what's really important to note is around Vail's Epic Promise and our progress report that just came out and our commitment to reaching zero net operating footprint by 2030. So the large scale wind farm that we invested in and it enabled us to produce clean energy since 2020 is allowing us to reach 85% renewable electricity across 34 North American resorts this year, which includes Breck and Keystone. So really proud of that benchmark and milestone that we've reached. Also, Vail Resorts donated $19.4 million in cash and in-kind contributions to 150 organizations working to address the top priorities of the communities where we operate. In Summit County alone, Vail Resorts donated $2.3 million to 16 organizations working to support youth and family critical need, access and vitality in the environment. And I'm really proud of that. Like, this is a big step. And, you know, I don't know that we get enough time to talk about it and that commitment to, you know, our efforts in the community and our partnership there. So that's the update there. I did want to also just mention we will be loading our lifts and our gondolas at normal capacity this year. So just to remember, if you're going to be riding a gondola with other people, and so bring a mask. So when you go into our facilities that you are ready. And we just ask everybody to be kind. You know, it's tough and we're still in this together. And so the more we can talk about it and ensure that everybody's being kind to the employees that are on the front line. And that's about it for Breckenridge. We're excited to get open. We're excited to ribbon cut, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Jody. Questions?
Oh, well said.
What are you going to take for proof of vaccination?
So when you show up at any one of our front doors of our restaurant facilities, our what we call a QSR, a quick service restaurant, is just show us your card, show us your phone, and we'll just check that you've been vaccinated.
So the My
And-
Colorado app works?
Yep.
Excellent. Awesome. Any other questions?
All right. Thanks, you all. We'll see you
Thursday. All right. Now the winner of the Governor's Award for outstanding individual contribution to Colorado tourism, Lucy Kay. It's a really big award. Congratulations. We're so proud of you.
Thank you. I am proud to represent everybody that I represent. So thank you back. I've missed being here. I got rescheduled a couple times, so I miss you guys. Real quick on we got our final data from DMX. So for summer, I just thought I'd let you know how we closed out for summer. Based on total room nights sold, we were up 11% over 2020 and 7% over 19. ADR is a big story. Our ADRs are up 26% over each of those years. Most of our comp set is in a similar place. As an example, on ADR, we're at $215 per night. The DMX average is $350. So we're still, even though we're way up, everybody's way up. We're about 10th out of 16 in that set in terms of where we fall on that ADR. So we're still very competitive. Same thing with occupancy, and we normally won't be talking about occupancy other than in the competitive set because that's still how everybody else measures. But for the summer, as busy as we feel, it was 38.6% occupancy from May 1 through the end of October. The DMX average was 48.2 for that window. In terms of room nights, everybody else doesn't measure that way. I think we'd be much higher if we had the metric on room nights because we have a much bigger bed base. You know, Aspen, as an example, is a really small bed base. They always have crazy high occupancies because they're so small. But Snowmass would be more similar to Breck. So anyway, I think, you know, in terms of the occupancy, I just want to remind everybody that, you know, the BTO is ready to lean in and help any way we can with respect to data that you might need for all these issues that are on the table, you know, especially any kind of lodging data. So just put that out there again. I know you know that. Looking forward for winter, we're running, again, this is as of 10/31. We're running about 33% ahead for the winter. And don't get scared. It's mostly loading in all around the holiday. We know that's not going to be the case throughout the season. We've got about 40% of our winter business on the books by the end of October. That's about 17% ahead of 1920, which would have been a more comparable comparison. ADR is also up. We do expect the ADR to stay high. We don't think the occupancy will stay so high. So that's it on lodging. If you have questions on that part, I'd be happy to take them. Dick?
Lindsay, when the ADR was up that much, 21 over 20, were we, as I recall, 20, we were holding strong ADR as well. We're not comparing to a discounted rate, right?
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just across in travel in general, it's more expensive. And a lot of that is because, you know, hotels have dropped the cancellation it's more expensive to do business, right, for everybody. So I think it makes sense, and that's why we don't think ADR is going to really go, or you know, travel costs in general. It's not just hotels; it's everything. Will probably stay higher. Let's see. Tomorrow we have we're doing a community update. This one is going to be our winter preview. So we'll be talking about everything that BTO has on deck for the winter. Main thing for us is going to be a local campaign, educational campaign for locals. And we're including anyone who's standing on Main Street as a local, wherever they're from, on Be Like Breckenridge and responsible tourism. So we'll be talking about that. Sarah Lococo from the resort is going to be talking about the 60th and some of what we heard from Jody. Tessa is going to be talking about a new website we're launching for One Breckenridge. So it'll be a lot better for a lot of the community and business information. And Shannon has graciously agreed to join us and talk about the parking structure. We have about 100 people registered so far, which is pretty good for these events these days. And because we haven't seen each other in so long, we're going to go ahead and do an in-person reception with anybody who wants to come, 4:30 to 6 at Gravity House. We'll have our team will be there to just meet and greet and answer any questions or talk about whatever people would like to talk about. So feel free to swing by if you like. We are prepping for our joint town council and BTO board meeting that we're going to do December 14th. And you'll get the deck in advance, but what we really want to spend that time with you on is going to be talking about strategy and priorities for 2023. So that's how far out we start talking about this stuff. So that'll be on the 14th. let's see, and two more things. We've hired Lauren Swanson as our PR manager. She's starting part-time and will be full-time in January. She was working in our Welcome Center, has her own PR and marketing company, is transitioning out of that to work for us full-time. So we're very pleased about that, especially to be able to promote from within. And there's one more award that I have to talk about, and that is for the third submission in a row. We have won the Outstanding Travel Website Award from I didn't write it down, the Web Marketing Association. I have to say we were beat out by Visit California. They have $100 million budget. So when we say we punch above our weight, we really do. We won in 19 and we won an award in 2018 as well. So questions, comments?
Yeah, what's going on with Ula Fest?
Uller Fest is happening. It's all good. We're working out the bonfire. There's a lot of questions around the bonfire because, there's this parking structure, right, where the bonfire used to be, and the structure is just gorgeous. We can't burn there. So that's a challenge. And so we're figuring out if we can do it. We're turning over every option, but it's a question. The other thing that we're changing this year is we're putting together a selection committee to decide on the king and queen for Uller. And it doesn't have to be a couple. They can be nominated individually. And so we want a diverse group to help, make the coronation. So that's what's different.
Dennison.
I think we need to look for a permanent bonfire spot.
Mhm.
And the Paley would be my first choice.
Yeah.
With the Paley in it?
Nope, the Paley out of it.
Have you talked to Country Boy?
Well, no, we haven't, because we're afraid if we get too far out of town, like we could look at the dirt lot, the other gondola lot, the part where Airport Road or something. But to ask people to drive or, get on a bus, it's just not a good scene. It has to be walkable.
Yeah.
So we're really looking at what we can do about asphalt, or is there something we can put down somewhere to save what's underneath? We're really looking at we don't want to lose it, but we're also being realistic about it. Anything else?
Awesome. Lucy,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
And again, congratulations.
Yeah.
All right. We have no second readings this evening, so we go to first readings. The first is Council Bill number 29, Series 2021. This is an ordinance setting the mill levy within the town of Breckenridge for 2022. Brian?
Mr. Mayor and council, each year we set our mill levy by ordinance, two reading process. The mill levy is set at 5.07 mils. It has not changed in recent history and require an election to change that mill levy amount. And for 2022, we are budgeting a little over $4 million or $4.2 million in sales tax, property tax revenue from the 5.07 mils.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Does everyone in the public wish to comment on the mill levy first reading this evening? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 29, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Jello.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Ms. Owens.
Yes.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a first reading of Council Bill number 30, Series 2021. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Breckenridge Development Code, concerning exterior accessory dwelling units.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. If adopted first reading tonight, this would amend the development code to provide incentives for accessory dwelling units to increase the positive points available in the development code from +1 to +3. It would also further clarify the definition of accessory dwelling units. It would set up a streamlined Class D staff level review process unless negative points are warranted or it's located on a lot with a unplatted envelope. It would also further define wet bars and set a rental rate of 120% AMI, the area median income, and put in place a requirement that all ADUs must not be left vacant for more than 30 days. And I'll add, in conjunction with the work session we had earlier, before second reading, if passed, we would reword the wet bar definition and fix the typo and exemption language before second reading.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions for staff? Does anyone in the public wish to comment on this ADU first reading? No? Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 30, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further council discussion?
I just wanted to point out that Julia did during our work session that in the administrative rules, we are now waiving the fees for water taps and sewer not just water taps, as well as building permits and such to try to incent ADUs as well.
Thanks, Dick. Yeah. Any other discussion? Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Sade? Yes. Ms. Giello?
Yes.
Ms. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Carlton?
Yes.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mayor Mamula?
Yes. We have first reading of Council Bill number 31, Series 2021. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 1 of Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Breckenridge Development Code concerning exterior loudspeakers. Mark.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The ordinance in front of you will amend the Development Code Policy 42A, which deals with exterior loudspeakers, and as well will amend noise ordinance in chapter 5 of the Town Code 587. It will deal with a few issues. One, requiring a permit for in a commercial setting, restaurant or bar that has loudspeakers on their patio or deck area, and setting some parameters around that in terms of requirements that the town can impose on that. Based on our discussion this afternoon at the work session, 2 changes we would be looking at potentially between first and second reading. One is to make the permit a Class C permit, which goes in front of the Planning Commission on their consent calendar and then would also be seen by the Town Council under Planning Commission decisions. So if either body wanted to call it up, they could. And secondly, we'll probably need to make some provision just to note on musical events, because I believe the will of the council on that was to not address that in terms of having any other specific requirements regarding those.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Questions for Mark? Yeah, would anybody in the public wish to comment on this first reading of exterior loudspeaker ordinance? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 31, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
And a second. Any further council discussion? No, roll call, please, Helen.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
Ms. Sade? Yes. Ms. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Giello? Mr. Carlton? Mayor Mamula?
Yes. All right, we have a first reading of Council Bill number 32, Series 2021. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Title 4 of the Breckenridge Town Code concerning the annual accommodation unit regulatory fee.
Mayor and Council, in front of you is first reading on a ordinance that, if passed, would create a new regulatory fee. This fee would replace the current administrative fee that is in place. This regulatory fee would be $756 per studio or bedroom on all accommodation licenses that would be due and payable in January of 2022 at the same time that they pay their the accommodation tax that each unit is required to pay. This regulatory fee will benefit the accommodation unit licensees by supporting our local workforce housing programs that will allow us to house the workers needed to provide the level of service required by all of our guests who stay in these units. The dollars collected from this fee would be held in a separate account and not used for general government purposes. Instead, these dollars would be used to defray the reasonable costs associated with the town's housing programs such as land acquisition, new construction of workforce housing, the buy down program, housing helps, and the lease to locals program. And the dollars would also support our compliance and enforcement efforts around STR licensing and the staff and personnel that are required for the administration and enforcement of these programs. So there was some discussion at the work session today about some possible changes that you may want to see. It was suggested that we change the language to say that it would allow for this fee to be up to $756 per bedroom, which would give council the latitude to impose a smaller fee if that was your choice, at least in the first year or each year, as you said it, but that it would not, it could be less than 756 and would not exceed 756. So I think that's something that we'll want to get further direction from you on. And there was also some discussion about having something in the ordinance that will allow us to exempt a primary residence that rents for less than 3 weeks in a year.
Thanks, Rick. Questions for Rick?
When you say, oh, you say your owner occupied residence, that's what you.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Permanent
Yeah,
residence.
yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to move to public comment on this. If you want to speak, there was a sign up sheet in the back, but since there's not a ton of people, I think we can just go about normally. 3-minute time limit, if you don't mind, please step up to the lectern, give us your name and take your 3 minutes. I'd like to go first. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, I'm Andrew Prouse. So I had some prepared remarks for tonight, which I'm just not going to go off of, but I'm a semi-local cardiologist I'm at Denver Health, a public hospital. We do outreach up here. My wife's an OBGYN. We are property owners here. We purchased about a year ago, and part of funding that purchase for us is doing short-term rentals. I'm not sure we could have afforded it with $500,000 in medical school debt that we just got rid of after working for many years and not having jobs till our mid-30s. And this helps us be able to have our family come up here and be a part of this community. I wanted to detail out for you guys what we've done for the Breckenridge community. So over the past year, we put in $11,936 into the local community through snow removal, trash removal, cleaning fees, a local agent, maintenance on the house. We've also, in addition to that, all of our renters have brought money into the community and have spent that money to help support you and this community and what we thought was going to be our community. We pay more money for our water. We pay more money for our sewer. We rent our house less than 100 days a year, and yet even though we're a third of the year, we pay more than a local resident pays for that water. We put $2,592 into accommodation taxes and $4,820 into property taxes. So in total, by my estimate, we've put $21,000 into the local community through this house. We would not rent it as a long-term rental because that would not give us the ability to come up here and try to become a part of this community. My wife and I grew up on the East Coast. We both always wanted to become a part of a mountain community, and we plan someday to move into this community, but we don't have that opportunity now with our young kids. And we thought Breckenridge would be open to us, and it feels like we're choosing an isolationism over inclusion. I think I want to thank you guys because this is a really hard thing to tackle, and I don't want to be inflammatory. And I know this has been really hard on each of you. And so thank you for taking time and thinking about this issue. But I think we barely break even on this house. And could we pay for it? Yes, we can afford to pay for it if we don't break even. But we bought it as an investment property with a long-term plan of using it in the future for our family and becoming a part of Breckenridge and the Breckenridge community. I think that this is an exorbitant amount of money to charge, almost $2,000, $2,800 for our house. And that itself is close to what we pay in property taxes. And I would just urge you not to put this extra fee on homeowners. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Kraus. Next. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Susanna Chapala, a town local, mayor and council members. I see a few people that I remember, and I've been busy with 3 children, so I haven't been doing a lot since I did the Breck Create. And I just wanted to say that I think that in the past 2020 was really hard on a lot of people, including homeowners. People that would like to rent, maybe that people need to rent. So I'm really interested in hearing more about if you rent less than 3 months or 3 weeks, you said, after. But I think that socking it to the community who has paid a lot of taxes over the years, I think this is a Band-Aid approach. I don't think this is going to solve any of your long-term ski area, hotel, workers, restaurant workers. I don't think it's going to help like you think it's going to do. I think it's really hurting us. So I just wanted you to know that. And I am anti for that 756, even down. I think what you've got it at now is good. And yes, you need more money, but what you're doing is not going to solve your problems. I think a task force, if you know, Dick, you're doing that, that's great. But we need to think of with the ski area and the big hotels and some restaurant association help, we need to really figure out what we're gonna do with, I don't know how many 4,000 acres that the town owns. There's gotta be some land that we could do some type of like a lift off or somebody that is the $15 an hour situation that could afford, because they're still not gonna be able to rent from the long term. That's 3-bedroom house in town of Breckenridge on the Washington French Street is 3,000 times 3. So it's basically $8,000 for a 3-bedroom house. So they're still not going to be able to afford that. So I hope you understand that. And I'm totally opposite this. And we need to think about that before you just go on and keep taxing people. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Bob.
Mr. Summit County.
You can be that someday, Dick.
Doubt it.
American. Bob Bartow, Beaver Run Resort. I just want to give a little history and partnership, but Beaver Run's been doing the same thing for the 30 years I've been there, the 40 years it's been around. We rent short-term rentals, same fashion for 30 years. I don't have any more units, less units. Beaver Run was built for tourism, and tourism is the cornerstone of our community and the economy. And we helped to put Breckenridge on the map. Nothing has really changed. We put heads in beds, we put butts in lifts, our shuttles drop off the guests to the restaurants and shops in town. You know, Beaver Run has been a strong community supporter for all those years. So in 1979, when Beaver Run was built, we were required, or the developer was required to build a 35-room apartment. And it was completed prior to building 1, the first building. So that was done in 1979. In 1993, the HOA purchased 19 of the deed restricted units of the 35 that are available. Since 2015, our HOA has purchased 8 more units for $2.3 million. Okay. Today, we own 30 to 35 units. We can put 90 employees, which is about what we need for seasonal help. You know, we've been innovative, forward thinking, you know, offering our own housing versus relying on a town to build it. We've been doing the right thing for our employees since day one. You know, we've collected close to $1 million through the Summit Housing Authority tax since 2017. Where's that money gone? It hasn't come to Beaver Run. As I said earlier, $2.3 million that we purchased. Now our owners will need to pay for 600 bedrooms, round figure, $450,000 a year. right? That's a lot of revenue to offset that expense. I mean, what other HOA has spent 2.3 million in housing, right? You know, we paid our own way for 30 years. Why now do we have to pay for others? So we encourage the council to provide incentives to businesses that have been doing the right thing versus penalties. So we'd like you to consider some other options to this than just one fits all.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Trace Caker. I own PMI Breckenridge. We handle vacation rentals for property owners who are doing their own rental primarily. So we basically represent a lot of individual property owners in town. They have asked that several of them have asked that we come and speak tonight. They, for the most part, I believe, feel that they are not against some sort of fee, but that this is exorbitant. Way too much, more than what their property taxes are for some of them, more than what their lodging taxes were for a whole year. I think that our homeowners do a very good job of making sure that they promote this town, that they do the things this town wants. We rarely ever get a call on the hotline because we're very diligent about making sure that the people who rent from our homeowners know what the rules are, that they can't make noise, that they have to park in the right places, all of those things. And they're doing a good job of that, and they're going to be penalized for doing that. I think all of them want to see some more housing in town. But I don't believe that they feel that the amount of money that you're going to be making on something like this is going to be spent in the right way, number one, and that it will solve the problem that you have. So I just speaking for my homeowners, that's where they stand.
How many units do you have in your pool?
About 130.
Great, thank you. And anyone else?
Hello. Hi, my name is Carla Williams Cook, former town of Breck resident until had to move over the hill for financial reasons, but still own a home over there. But have worked pretty exclusively within the town of Breck for the last 15 years. So definitely have a vested interest per current property manager here in town also, which has allowed me to be a single mom and, pay for all the sports and everything for my kids that they all do here in Summit County. Summit County hockey I got to go to here shortly and everything else. So I first wanted to say I thought that was a lot of data that just came out a couple of days ago, and it seems like a lot to ingest and be already ready to make a decision on these numbers that are being thrown around because they are very large numbers. I'm looking at our average 2-bedroom property grossing $25,000 a year, because these folks are using it. They're not going to long-term it. They're just not going to do anything with it. It'll just sit there and deteriorate and nobody will be taking care of it. And we'll start having fireplace CO2 leaks because the owners aren't making any money to do the upkeeps and the repairs, but they want to come use the place. But on $25,000, you're looking at a $1,500 fee for this. These owners are already paying approximately $3,000 between their personal property taxes and their real property taxes. Another $1,500 are coming out already from the accommodations license tax or the accommodations fee tax per rental to the town of Breck. Another $1,500 is going to the state of Colorado and Summit County. I mean, you take all that out, that's over a third. And that's not counting what they have to pay to their HOA. to keep another people, locals employed that are already living here. That's not counting the maintenance to the cleaners and the fireplace people that aren't going to happen and all the taxes they're covering on those kinds of items. So I felt that wasn't fair. And a few things weren't addressed, I felt, in that report that came out. They only addressed conversions from long-term to short-term. We've been impacted the other way. We've had far more properties that we have seen convert the other direction from short-term to long-term. We've lost 20% of our properties that way over the last 2 years. It's not even in here. You know, it just, you know, why are we still doing all these events to bring people to town? But another piece that wasn't in here was, you know, it talks about the money that guests are spending, but it's not saying, you don't know if they're spending the night. Why is only the short-term rental carrying the burden of that? And this is a nationwide problem between, you know, the fact that the boomers are retiring, there aren't the number of people in the job pool. This isn't going to solve that. The new shift in mentality from COVID, people don't want to work. You know, it's a lot of things that I think we're being falsely burdened with.
Carla, thank you very much. Anyone else this evening? All right, with that, I will close the public hearing. And move on to, let's do some discussion first. Any early discussion before we go to a motion?
Sure, I'll continue our discussion from work session. You know, after giving this some thought from work session, whereas I still believe that our consultant got the number right and it is the correct number, I do believe that we should phase it in. I also believe we should get it done. So I would propose, if the rest of council would agree, that we pass this ordinance with a couple of amendments. One being, we allow people living in their primary residence to rent up to 21 days a year without incurring the fee, because I believe that helps locals afford a home where they can rent it for up to 3 weeks when they go on a vacation or such. And I think a fair number of people supplement income doing that. And then I think we should, at least for the first year, phase in the amount. So instead of $756, I would propose $400 the first year per bedroom, and then revisit it, budget discussions next year. So I'll throw that out and see where it goes.
And would we have the committee take a look at it between first and second reading? Is it still? on the
We
table?
certainly can have them look at it, but we're not encouraging them to rewrite it, but we certainly want to hear their thoughts.
Okay.
I mean, I'm, looking to pass this thing
Yeah.
tonight, and then we'll certainly bring it up to the committee.
I
So
would
Dick, would there be, in between first and second reading on what you're proposing, there would also be a verbiage to say that to allow that fee to be up to that 756?
Yes, thank you, Rick.
And not to exceed, right?
Correct. So we would
So
have
for
it-
future years.
change the verbiage to say up to.
Yeah.
And to have the first year, the fee be 400 to be discussed again at our budget meetings next year. 2023.
And Dick, did you also say that that would be for primary residents?
I did, yes. Primary
Okay.
residents only.
Yeah, I think you said that really well, Dick, and I would certainly support phasing it in. I do understand that that we need to give people maybe a little planning time, but I still really, my priority is that we're in a housing crisis and we want to make a difference for employees in this community, today. So the way you proposed it, I would support that and getting it in place January 1.
Talked about it earlier, but we have a newly appointed short-term rental advisory task force. And I don't think we've really given them a chance. They've had one meeting. I would like to give them a chance to work their magic, to advise us. And I would like to see us postpone this until after we've had that.
And I guess I would say, I agree with Dick and Kelly. I do want the advisory group to make this a priority and talk about it next meeting. Yeah, not rewrite it, but if it's 3 weeks, if it's 2 weeks, if it's 4 weeks, like I would like them to weigh in on that piece. And I'm okay with starting out with a lower number before we go to the higher. I think it's better to bend than break.
I'm similar to work session. I'm agree with Dennis. I think this ordinance needs some work. While I believe in the direction, I think this is part of a multi-pronged solution, and this will help us with our goals with housing. So I do believe in the direction. I think it's great that the ordinance gets rid of the exempt, non-exempt language. All short-term rentals are paying into this. One thing to note from the comments is that this would replace the other accommodations fees we have in place. But as it's written, what Bob said resonated with me. I need some time to think through that. I agree with there needs to be an exception from primary residence, an exception from under a certain amount of days. And the fact that we do have this active advisory group that's a mix of industry residents, that's a great asset at our disposal. And I want to hear what they say first. So I'm not going to support this at first reading.
Thanks, Carol. Jeffrey.
I agree with Dick. I'm okay in phasing it in the first year, less expensive. I definitely want to exclude or just keep the current rate for primary homeowners that rent less than 3 weeks. I would toss it to this committee to see if they see something that we didn't. And frankly, what Bob said kind of surprised me and gave me a different perspective. But I'd like to get this thing done, hopefully, either in or around the new year. And like what Carol said in the work session, Kelly said the work session. Just doing the back of the envelope math, a 3-bedroom home that's rented around 100 days a year, garners anywhere between $75,000 and $100,000 revenue. And this is all paying residential tax, not commercial tax, which would be 3 times higher. So yeah, I'd do it along with what Dick's mindset, half this year and phase it in. But personally, I'd like to see the thing get done.
You okay with the 400?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, it's a little more than half.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah.
And I would like the committee to look at that too. That's what Jeffrey said about like the Beaver Run.
Yeah, I think when we look at exceptions in general and the overlay committee, the citizens committee, we look at a lot of incentive stuff that there's certainly, I think that's what Bob's saying, some incentives.
Well, I still am a bit, between you two guys, but I'll support this tonight. It is just first reading. We can make modifications before second reading. I really do want to make sure that a couple of these exemptions get put in place. I think, Bob's one of the few that has provided that, that level of housing for employees. So if there's a way to at least honor that, I think that'd be something worth looking into. And I would like the advisory committee to have a look at this. But, Kelly's right. I mean, we do have a housing problem. I know some people think that this doesn't solve anything, but this money goes to a lot of the programs that we do as a town. We do a ton of buy downs. I mean, we've been buying down properties constantly, and then we turn around and we sell them for 25% less than we bought them for, and we put a deed restriction on it so that a local family can buy it. We're part of the landing locals piece where we're offering people that have short-term rentals money in order to long-term rent. We do, we're in the middle of building 80 units right now with Gorman. We're getting ready to start another 200 units next year. So we spend an enormous amount of the town's resources on housing for locals. And that's what this money goes to. And, you know, to think that this won't make an effect, I think, doesn't really see the larger picture of the amount of units that the town tries to provide. We've built over 1,000 units in the last 10 years. And I think that is a sizable, that's a sizable chunk. Of course, there's a lot of times that feels like nothing, but you know, we persist in our efforts, and this is another, just another part of that. So with that, is there a motion?
Eric, before you get onto that, one thing that's a little concerning, and the town attorney and I've had conversations about this, is passing an ordinance that you know that you want to make exceptions to after the fact. And so, you know, I think that we can move forward with this knowing that we have a 2-week window then to make changes to this, you know, based on what we're hearing from the council, and bring it back for second reading. And some of these things we can solve easily in 2 weeks, and some we probably can't.
Yeah.
So, you know, you'll have it, I suppose if you're not there, you could delay or postpone your second reading, so we can play it by ear when we get there. But
Fair enough.
yeah.
Everybody understand that?
No.
So things like the primary residence 3-week thing is probably pretty easy for the town attorney to go ahead and work into an ordinance. Something that may affect somebody like Bob Bartow, or some of these other things that we've just sort of thrown them out, may be impossible to do in a 2-week period.
So is he,
At the end of 2 weeks, we'd have 2 options. You could either just go with it as it is, with what exceptions that have been generated, and do it, and then try to work on stuff later if that was the decision, or you just table it as it moved forward. And then it wouldn't go into effect until there was a second reading, or a new first reading and second reading. Yes, please.
I would encourage you all to, as a best practice, not adopt something and then go back and try to grant exceptions or make exceptions later. I just think that the general main policy and the exceptions are so interrelated that it would be preferable to get those dialed in. If it takes more time, it takes more time. But you're right, Mayor Manuel, I agree that the exception that we're talking about, primarily around the primary residence issue, can probably be resolved in short order. And I think if the committee understands that we're looking for their advice and recommendations prior to second reading, that would be good.
Okay.
so
Thank you, Kirsten.
she's saying we should make a motion.
No, she said you can,
Okay.
you
All
can
right.
go ahead
All right, good.
with, got it?
I got it. I got it. Yeah, yeah.
So if we had a motion tonight, we would pass it as written, and knowing that we're going to be bringing back to you the proposed changes that were discussed.
Correct.
If you've mentioned those changes in your motion.
On first reading, a movie passed Council Bill number 32, Series 2021, with the understanding that we're going to bring back some motions and amendments to this bill. All right?
All of them,
The primary
In
residence.
particular, the primary resident under 3 weeks, as well as changing the language to
Up to.
God.
yeah, just, I'll amend your motion just to articulate
Can we
that.
just, why'd you start all over
So,
again?
no, we can pass it as written with 2 changes. One, changes the language to up to 756, right?
Yes.
Up to $756. And then it adds an exception to this fee, and primary residents are permitted to rent their home up to 21 days a year without being subject to this fee. Otherwise, I second your motion with that change.
Your second was better than my first.
And just to clarify, and the first year would be set at 400 per bedroom.
Correct. Thank you, Rick. So
2022.
there were 3 changes, and the third would be that the first year's fee would be $400 for the first year, to be discussed for the second year at our budget meeting next year.
And it is important to point out that this replaces that current administrative fee that people have been paying already. So now that administrative fee goes away, and then it would just be the 400 plus the annual tax. So
Got it.
Okay, thanks, Kirsten.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion by council?
I just want to add that, we've heard a lot about property tax. Property tax is not set by us. We have no say. It's a state tax, and we get a very, very small portion of the property tax comes back to us. Yeah, that's not part of fees or taxes that we are able to administer.
And I'd also like to point out that the town's water fees are no different for a short-term rental than they are for a primary resident. It's
just
the
the
sanitation
sewer
fees that
is.
have gone up that we
And that's
set
not
by a
us.
different district.
Yeah, the sewer is not us. That's the sand district.
All right, any further discussion? Roll call, Helen.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Miss Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Coon,
No.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Miss Giello,
Yes.
Miss Sade. No. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. All right. Thank you, everybody that spoke and everybody else that attended.
Did they ask Kelly to vote?
Kelly voted.
Okay. good.
And with that, we move on to no resolutions. We do have one other, that's the 2022 proposed budget and 2022-2026 capital improvement plan public hearing. Brian.
Mr. Mayor and Council, each year we hold 2 hearings on our budget for the subsequent year. Right now, we're not putting the resolution to approve the budget in front of you, but we're just going to have this brief hearing as an opportunity for the public to give feedback on the proposed budget. The 2022 budget reflects maybe our first, which you might call return to normal budget since the COVID pandemic started back in late 2019. It does show a large increase in revenues from what we've projected over the past 2 years based on what we've seen in terms of actual results. There's also a return to more normal programming levels, program expenditures, and particularly in the area of employee compensation, where the merit increases have been put back in the budget after being suspended for a couple of years. We did have 4% across the board adjustment in that area. And those are really the major points of the 2022 budget. There is in the memo that was distributed to you some of the changes that will be put in the document before it is brought back to you at our next meeting for the actual resolution to approve the budget.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions of staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this year's budget? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
I mean, we passed a resolution to pass 2022.
No, there is no resolution.
Oh.
No resolution.
It's just a public hearing on it.
Okay.
Oh, it's just public hearing. So we don't have to.
No.
Easy enough. Brian, thanks.
Next meeting.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break while we set up for our de novo public hearing for the BGV project call-up.
Treat yourself. That's right.
Treat yourself. Oh, I love that show.
I know. When Joe and I first started dating, I had him watch me so you could understand. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
jeez. That's-
so
That's worse than me.
this is what council is about.
Back. Yep. We're going to reconvene the meeting, and I misspoke a little bit. First, we have planning commission decisions from November 2nd, 2021. Are there any call-ups? I mean, we're rolling. We could do another call-up. Kirsten thinks this is all we do. No, planning commission decisions stand as presented. Now we move on to the de novo public hearing for the BGV project. One sec here. This is a call-up hearing with respect to Class A Major Development Permit Application PL 2021-0052. The property that is the subject of the application is Lot 1, Block 3, Parkway Center, Lot 1A, Block 4, Parkway Center, Lot 1B, Block 4, Parkway Center, also known as 350-355-415 North Park Avenue, Breckenridge, Colorado, 80424. The applicant is Breckenridge Grand Vacations. The applicant seeks a Class A major development permit to create a master plan for the North Gondola Lot, the North Gold Rush Lot, and the South Gold Rush Lot. All is more specifically described in the application and supporting documentation. The Planning Commission conditionally approved the application on October 19th, 2021. At its meeting on October 26, 2021, the Town Council called up the Planning Commission's decision with respect to this application, which had the effect of vacating the Planning Commission's decision. Pursuant to Section 9-1-18-5A1C of the Town's Development Code, this is a de novo hearing at which the Town Council will make its own decision with respect to the applicant. Chris Kulik. Was notice of this hearing given as required by Section 9-1-18-51B of the Development Code?
Yes.
Community Development Department's records concerning the giving of the notice of this hearing are made part of the record of these proceedings. Pages 47 to 281 inclusive of the council's agenda packet for this meeting are made a part of the record of these proceedings. For the record, the applicant is represented at this hearing by Mike Dudek. The following general procedures will be followed by the council in connection with this hearing. First, Chris Kulik of the town's Department of Community Development will introduce the application. The applicant will then be given an opportunity to question Mr. Kulik about his testimony or records. Next, the applicant will be given an opportunity to present any evidence that it may wish to offer in support of the application. This may involve the calling of witnesses or the introduction of documentary evidence. Questioning of the applicant's witnesses by counsel will be permitted. Then, any member of the public who wants to speak either in favor of or in opposition to the application will be permitted to do so. Questioning of the public witnesses by the applicant and counsel will also be permitted. Finally, staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity to present any further evidence that they desire to offer. Members of the council will be permitted to ask questions of any person who testifies. This will occur after the testimony has been offered and any questioning of the witness by the applicant has occurred. If there are further questions that the applicant has as a result of any of council's questions, the applicant will be permitted to ask those questions. After all the testimony and the questioning of the witnesses has been concluded, the hearing will be closed. It will then be time for town council to discuss this matter and to render its decision. For the record, I want to state that town attorney Kirsten Crawford will not be involved in the presentation of any evidence in this matter and will remain available to advise the town council. We're making a record of this hearing. It will be necessary for any person who testifies to come to the podium, identify himself or herself for the record, and speak slowly and clearly so that the recorder can pick up the testimony. Are there any questions about the procedures to be followed? If not, let's see. It is now time for Mr. Kulik to introduce the application. Chris.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Kulik, Senior Planner for the town of Breckenridge, for the record. I'll begin by just kind of walking through the overall site plan for the proposed master plan, beginning on the north gondola lot, which is identified right here on the sheet on the monitor. And within the north gondola lot master plan, there's several different components proposed. Beginning with the mixed-use building number 1 area, which will be the largest and tallest building of the project, right in the center of the site. Moving to the east, there is either the mixed-use building number 2 or potentially townhomes as proposed in this master plan. A little further to the north is another row of townhomes anticipated. And then finally, in the northwest corner is represented as mixed-use building number 3 or townhomes in the corner. Additionally, there is a gondola terminal that is, I guess, the easternmost terminal of the gondola connecting the parking structure proposed on the north Gold Rush lot. There is also a public park to be built and dedicated to the town, of which I did share renderings and programming elements with the council earlier today via email. And this is addressed under policy 20R recreation in the staff report. Moving across Park Avenue, we have the South Gold Rush Gold Rush site, which is anticipated to have duplex units or townhome units. To the north, which is the North Gold Rush site, is the parking structure that will be open to the public and will contain all of the parking that exists today on the north gondola lot, as well as the north and south Gold Rush lots, as required by the 2003 parking agreement, which is included in the packet. In addition to the parking structure on the North Gold Rush lot is the anticipated workforce housing site that will be integrated into the parking structure. And again, the westernmost terminal of the gondola, which connects the parking structure with the North Gondola lot site. Additionally, other programming elements identified in the master plan include a new stretch of sidewalk that will also include shields to prevent people from crossing over mid-block on Highway 9. A roundabout, the controlled intersection of North Park Avenue and French Street and Woods Drive, and associated pedestrian crossings. A new sidewalk along the southern edge of French Street in an area that does not have any sidewalks currently on either side. I wanted to point out within the point analysis that was prepared for the packet, the point analysis itself is correct, but some of the notes included in the furthest right column under the comments for policies 20R, which is recreation facilities, 21R open space, and 25R transit were actually inadvertently left in from the third preliminary hearing, where there was a different vote identified at those preliminary hearings compared to.
Do those one more time, please, Chris.
Yes, there. It's under the comments column of the.
Right. What numbers?
It's policy 20R, which is recreation facilities, 21R, which is open space, and 25R, which is transit. The recommended point allocations in the second from the furthest right column are correct and were affirmed by the Planning Commission and still supported by staff. But the notes that were left in that identify split votes by the Planning Commission did not reflect the final vote at the final hearing of the Planning Commission. So I wanted to clarify that.
because they were all for.
Yeah, it was a unanimous 6-0 vote in the file, so we apologize for leaving that in. And then very briefly, before I open up for questions, just want to identify, this is a master plan, is governed by policy 39A of the Development Code. And really the purpose why this particular project requires a master plan is that you have multiple lots under common ownership, and the developer or the applicant desires to develop all those properties together under a phased timing of development. This master plan really establishes the general direction, some key parameters that will then override any subsequent code changes. In particular, height will now be governed under an absolute policy after it takes negative points for exceeding the recommended heights under the development code. At a future site-specific hearing, they would not be able to exceed the heights that are in the master plan. That would now be a absolute policy. The density is established, which is in accordance with all the density apportionment agreements that there's numerous for these properties over the years. The parking is identified as what is required by the current code, and that will be set as well. There's general architectural guidelines for the buildings. That is one of the unique policies under this master plan that will be a relative policy in the future at future site-specific hearings, since we don't know exactly what's there. But similar to any of the projects we have in the town, if there's something that the planning commission or council finds architecturally incompatible, or there's excessive non-natural materials, points will be allowed to be assessed under policy 5R, but that is the lone policy identified here that would continue to be a relative policy. Other policies, such as 24A related to workforce housing, are not reviewed under this master plan and will only be reviewed during future site-specific reviews of the properties, assuming that this master plan were approved. And that's because the allocation or the requirements for workforce housing are tied to the actual amount and type of square footage to be developed, and that we don't have that much detail to provide. So as I've alluded to, I'll back up a second. This being the general direction for each one of these sites that the applicant would wish to develop in the future, they would need to come in for a separate Class A site-specific development permit and go through the process with the planning commission, and then ultimately would land in front of the council on their consent calendar if it were to be approved. And there is an illustrative phasing plan included in the master plan. That's not set in stone, but I think several of the things, even without the master plan, would have to occur first, such as the parking structure to make up for any lost parking on any of the parcels is required to be taken care of ahead of that per the 2003 parking agreement. I think another critical item in the master plan that really, for this type of project needs to be figured out before we start going in and talking about individual sites is the circulation. And that's probably been the bulk of the discussion between staff and the applicant throughout. And so this, in the master plan, by establishing the circulation patterns, both for vehicular and pedestrian, that is what would be expected to be built, and also would be, per the conditions, required to be built upfront to handle the level of development on these sites. So I think I've touched on the majority of the issues. We really tried to include all the details we could in terms of history, what is proposed in the master plan, and precedent of what we base our decisions, and the planning commission bases their decision on in the packet. But in the interest of time, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Does the council have any questions for Chris at this time?
You know, I know it's a moving target, but as far as if this goes as planned in their perfect world, how much housing would they be required to provide? Park.
You know, not having, it's something you can probably look up and do it, because we know how many SFEs and we know roughly the multipliers for the majority will probably be in the either condominium or duplex. So we can make an attempt at that based on the SFEs, but it's.
Jeffrey, we took a real ballpark look at it, maybe 80, 90 employees that would have to be housed.
So
And 25% has to be done on site. The rest could be off site.
and again, I know this is early on that gondola. Do we have any sense of the hours? How often, how long it'll be run throughout the day? How many days throughout the year? Is it a
You know, I think,
24/7?
yeah, we've discussed that with the applicant. And there's a little bit of a chicken and egg. I think verbally they've committed to, I guess, running it to what's, you know, necessary when it is being utilized and such. But I think they're a little nervous about saying it's their run this specific number of hours in case, you know, it's not filling at different times of the year. And I think it's their desire actually to, you know, have vehicles utilize our new structure across the street first. If both don't need to be utilized and not run that. But I think they can touch that more. But that was something that both the planning commission as well as staff had questions on, because obviously that's a very, you know, important component of mitigation for safety and efficiently moving pedestrians across Highway 9.
Other questions for staff?
Is the gondola fixed grip or detachable?
The applicants have committed to providing a detachable gondola to have continuous movement.
Is that documented anywhere in the master plan?
You know, that I don't believe it is. I think that's something we can add as a condition of approval at the end that say that either the master plan needs to reflect that is a detachable grip gondola, or there's a condition that just says that with the approval of the master plan, it has to be a detachable grip gondola.
And Chris, do you know the capacity of the gondola?
The gondola, the information that they provided us, which I also shared with the council earlier this morning, it is 1,000 people per hour.
Okay, and is that documented anywhere in the master plan?
It is not documented. It's in the supplemental document that we could have attached to the master plan, I believe, if needed, because it does, you know, I think document some of the thresholds and carrying capacities and other things within that.
And based on your answer to Jeffrey, that there's no hours of operation anywhere in the documentation either.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's something that we probably need to establish some kind of parameters, but then have maybe the flexibility based on demand to, I guess, work with them long-term. That would probably be the recommendation of staff, but I think to your point, it probably is it is important to have some baseline instead of just having something that, you know, potentially is built and doesn't run because we can't staff it, or be, you know, a lot of those other things too, in terms of who's responsible for staffing the gondola, running it, you know, maintenance, all those type of items.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate all the work staff's done on this. This is you guys been at it for a couple of years. I know we only got a week or so to look at it, but appreciate the couple of years worth of work you guys have done.
Well, I appreciate it. And I know it's a hard thing catching up with, like you said, it's probably been the better part of a year and a half or 2 years that we've been in communication with the applicants.
Other questions for Chris?
Is the park closer to the gondola? How will that be managed? Will the developer be in charge of managing and maintaining that? Or will that be the town?
Yeah, and that's probably another thing. We have a condition that says that, you know, they're responsible for building, and there's certain elements that are program elements that are identified in the master plan. But we probably in the covenant that we require to be recorded for that to be allowed or open to the public in perpetuity, I think we might want to amend that condition to identify, who is responsible for maintenance, or say that that should be covered within the covenant.
And what is the timeline with something like with CDOT? If they require road widening or something like that, or any sort of improvements to the road to accommodate the flow, is that a done deal? I mean, have they spoken to them and has CDOT signed off?
I guess I'll have maybe Shannon Smith answer that question, or town engineer, if possible.
You can wait and ask the applicant. if you
Yeah,
want
okay.
at the end.
And another question I have is, so they're gonna have to, as far as I understand, they're gonna have to do Gold Rush first to accommodate the obligatory parking requirements on the lot as is. And then that would be, a lot of that is their housing, and then they'd build on the main site,
Yeah, I think
main sites, plural.
the main sites, yeah, there's really the parking structure, the traffic improvements are kind of the linchpin to, progress further. And then we also have other requirements in terms of the park,
Yeah,
the wetland dedication prior to any kind of CO, that's still before they could get anyone in there, but just trying to quickly find the phasing report. But, in some ways, certain elements just have to happen first.
yeah. Well, they have to maintain the parking obligation.
Yeah. So what they've identified in their draft phasing is build the North
Phasing
Gold
plan.
Rush lot parking structure, then construct the French and Park Avenue roundabout, and any associated roadway and pedestrian improvements, construct a gondola. And then really it's item number 4 would be, how they're anticipating would be then begin construction on the duplex units to the west of Park Avenue, and create the gondola park, would all be in phase 1. But really a lot of those would probably would be going concurrently. For instance, like the gondola park, per the conditions, that would have to be completed before they would have any COs on the property. So even though that's the 5th item on that,
Right,
it
right.
needs to be really completed at least at the same time, if not in front of any of the ones that they're actually, any residential or commercial units that they're developing.
Page 22 of 235.
Okay.
Other questions for staff?
One more
Carol.
question. Chris, I appreciate the architectural compatibility. That'll be moved to site-specific development review. In the general notes, there is some specific language in there, specifically on roofs, that there may be flat roof types that may be also used for outdoor decks. And that feels quite specific. Is that something that would fall under a later site-specific review?
Well, it would, anything architecturally would fall under, and it would be basically based on what is in the master plan notes. I know there's been a lot of discussion about rooftop decks lately. This application, came in before I think all of that kind of got, elevated. I think it's probably based on some of the things that they've already designed previously up at Peak 7 and 8, where they do have rooftop decks, some that are higher, some that are lower. And I think that was probably the genesis of just, seeing existing programming they liked versus like, oh, we're trying to get this in because we know that that window may close. Having said that, there isn't anything in the code currently that prohibits rooftop decks. In the future, though, if you do adopt, different, regulations for PIFs or other things that are discussed, by having it in the notes here, it does not preclude them from having to abide by those. It's simply an architectural note that would allow them those type of forms in their building types.
Answer your question? Other questions?
No questions.
I get-
comment?
Kelly?
Go ahead.
So I agree. I'm glad that everybody seems to have focused in a lot on the transit, because that certainly seems like the biggest concern, as far as it's just such a incredibly busy area already, and really one that's unavoidable since City Market is right there. And Many people who are traveling through town need to use it. And I guess I'm really concerned that the gondola, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the gondola, and I know in here they said it was gonna catch 95% of the people, but staff said probably less. And I'm just wondering, was there anything that might be a better people mover identified or a better option, or is that really the best thing we can come up with, or is it a financial
And I'll take
decision?
an attempt to answer that. I mean,
Please.
the, circulation from day one was probably the item that behind the scenes for the pre-application meetings definitely garnered the most attention. We had multiple meetings with them. Many were attended by both Rick and Shannon. I think one meeting we had Rick and Shannon, James Phelps, Derek, who's our Assistant Chief of Police, myself, Mark Truckee, Shannon Smith, and Chris McGinnis, all, talking about different ideas. Because originally there was a pedestrian bridge proposed, and just knowing, our, other previous, the tunnel, which also has a grade change. And that's probably had mixed success at best. And this is another one where you still would make people have to walk themselves, a quarter mile to the site, but also with a grade change when there would be an option to walk across the street. And so there is different items that were discussed, and quickly the gondola concept that was floated by the applicants kind of rose to the top, because that was the one that does allow people to kind of push the easy button, if you will. They do not have to walk. And for a lot of people that are parked there, if they have kids and everything else and they're hauling gear, even if there's maybe the perception that some of us that are maybe more athletic and are like, oh, that's not a big deal to go walk there with our equipment, to other people, that's a big incentive to not have to walk and carry gear and just get in, take that across, and end at a location. As we noted in the staff report, they suspected 95% of people would use it. At a staff level, we don't believe it's that high, but we do believe it's high enough that enough people that would go park in that area would utilize it just for that reason, because it's to be more comfortable. It's actually quicker in terms of the time getting from point A to point B, because it's more direct. And then also, I think they'll probably go into some of the anticipated operations, but one of the things that they mentioned is they would load the upper levels first, so that the initial cars that are there are closer to it. So if the bottom levels, if the garage is not filled, you're filling the ones that are closer to kind of further incentivize and keep those people off the lower level. So it's easier to go and do the right thing and jump in the gondola to go across. So I think they'll probably elaborate on some of those, but at any rate, I'm not sure there's anything that's a complete magic bullet, but we thought from our discussions that this was probably the best chance for success, for mitigating as many people from crossing on foot as possible.
Thank you, Chris.
Is it too early to ask that if there is a plan for when the wind shuts down? I mean, and I'm guessing this gondola is lower than the skier's gondola, obviously it is. So maybe it's less wind affected, but if the gondola can't run because of the environment, is there a plan how that will function to get people out of their property up to the hill?
Yeah, and then guess I'll have the applicant speak to that. I think it'll be the same thing if that's shut down. The other gondola is probably shut down, but this gondola is more than just getting people from that gondola to the gondola and up the hill. It's also a parking reservoir for the town. So like we've seen, even on peak days, when you have a carload of people that, as many as 1 in 4 will not be going up to the mountain. They'll be going into town. So really it's a critical circulation device just from getting people from the parking reservoir across the street, regardless if they're going skiing or not. It's to be year round. And then even during peak ski season, a lot of people they use that just to make it to Main Street.
And Chris, with it being such a busy road already for the vehicles that are going through, Are there any of the roundabouts or any things that we really need to move up in our CIP in order to, I mean, we heard from emergency services last year that, you know, they station trucks at the south end of town to avoid even moving through town. I'm just wondering, like, what can we do for our community to, you know, to minimize the impact of this much more development and more people in this area?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, we do acknowledge that there is some slight degradation in traffic flow in that area, but there's also improvements just for, you know, if you're not on Highway 9 for coming off of Woods Drive and Front Street, it makes that intersection a lot safer and a lot more functional. And then, you know, we're kind of focused in a lot of cases in these discussions at the peak times, which are a couple hours in the morning on peak ski days and other times. But if you look at all other times of the day, again, it's to make the intersection safer because it's a controlled intersection now where it's, you know, it's through traffic at a moderate rate of speed with a stop sign. And that's one of the things I think we like in town about roundabouts versus stoplights. So when you are going out and running errands and it isn't peak times and you're sitting there waiting at a stoplight for a couple of minutes when there's no one around, it's not to interrupt people. It's to slow people down enough to be safe, but it's not to interrupt your progression in traffic. So I think that's always been the appeal in a community like ours where we have really radical shifts in terms of traffic volume. And it's probably one of the benefits of having a roundabout there.
Yeah, but pedestrian traffic does impede traffic. They stop. As we see on 4 o'clock road. So, yeah, I agree with you, Chris, with vehicle traffic, but not pedestrian traffic. That's different.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if you're looking at, I mean, even the applicants have identified, if you're looking at, you know, optimizing, I think, vehicle throughput, that a stoplight actually probably is a little bit more efficient, but like at your peak times and for controlling, but in terms of kind of, if you're looking at it 24 hours a day and everything else, the roundabout is preferred. So, and it's probably a nominal, but to their point, you know, when you talked about stoplights versus roundabouts, I think for them, since they'll be constructing, they probably prefer to construct a stoplight because it costs less. But in general, I think we've had a vision of having roundabouts through town looking at all the different factors, whether it's, you know, kind of vehicle throughput at all hours of the day, pedestrian safety, all these things. So, I mean,
Yeah, and I think it's also at CDOT once, as we learned when we built our structure in Watson. So,
Let's stick to questions right now.
question, Chris, what's the height restriction on the lot that the gondola, what's the land use, the restrictions on where the gondola is being built?
let me look at that real quick.
It's 9B or something.
Sorry, did you say North Gondola or North Gold Rush lot?
Gold Rush.
Gold
Where
Rush
where
lot,
the
okay.
parking structure is being built.
So yeah, anything that's above excess of 2 stories, which is 26 feet, is discouraged.
Okay. And does it say anything about an additional story, or we allow additional story with a negative 10 points?
Yeah,
correct? And then it becomes absolute after that.
It does, yeah. And in some ways, by doing this, it does kind of, I mean, and that's one of the benefits that I think we see as also entering in the master plan is some of the biggest issues really kind of frame the development, you know, those kind of get addressed and then we can kind of work in the micro issues. So if they came in, or even if they propose now, they could propose to go higher if they could make up those points.
But it's absolute at 3 stories. And the parking structure is 3 stories, is that correct?
It is, the way it's described, look at the specific notes here.
I believe it was 30 feet.
Yeah, I think it's 30 feet, and then there's one, it's no greater than 2 levels above natural grade. So I think their intent is to create a level kind of below natural grade, then the mid-level is, right around natural grade, and then go up to the top level is 2 levels above. But those levels are, just by being a parking structure and having clearances, are typically, taller than our normal floor spans if you're just building a residential building or even a commercial building for that matter.
So my question is, does the gondola terminal, which is on top of the 3rd story, is that higher than the absolute? I understand the terminal is open air, much of it,
Mhm.
which is exempted because it's open air, but the control room is a enclosed building on top. And so 2 questions, is the roof to the control room higher than the absolute policy? First question. And second question is, do we know how many square feet the control room will be for this gondola?
Yeah, I think that, with it not being designed or drawn out to that way, we don't know. I think if you look at where the control rooms on our typical lift, structures, it's probably roughly half the height or maybe even less of what the kind of barrel vault is on the top of gondolas. So I'm guessing the control room is probably not what they're concerned about. They're probably concerned about the actual motor and covering of the.
Yeah, but I think
of the
that's
gondola
open
itself.
air, so it's not controlled by our code. So I'm trying to stick to code.
Yeah, and I think
So-
that the exemption that they asked for, and that was something that really staff was fairly neutral at during the plan commission hearing, is because there is exemptions for elevator shafts and other, focal elements like steeples and, kind of a random assortment of things. And so that was posed to the plan commission if they would be,
Sure.
possible for an exemption. And ultimately, the plan commission did support that. And so I think we were looking at the entire lift complex as being exempt from that height, is the way that the
Well,
plan
I
commission interpreted it.
I think the other part is already because it's open air, right? The way I understand the code, but the control rooms theoretically not. And I'm I'm curious how many square feet how big is that control room? I mean, it's a good sized building on the Breck Connect, but that's a bigger gondola. So I don't know, and I think it's hard to give a variance to it without knowing how big that building is on top of a 3rd story parking structure.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to defer to the applicant to see if they could answer how.
You can ask the applicant that one then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Other questions?
Thanks,
for
Chris.
staff? Does the applicant have questions for staff, Mike? All right, the applicant may present its evidence concerning this application. You want to give me that? No.
Okay, hi, everybody. How we doing?
Hi, Mike.
Howdy. I want to, okay. Click. Oh, something worked. So I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to have the discussion in the call-up hearing. I mean, obviously, passing at +10 seems kind of incongruent to me, but at the same time, we've found over 5 projects and
development plans, of the different buildings, that a rigorous amount of public scrutiny and going through the public process with staff, with the planning commission, with public input makes our projects better and more robust. And I've yet to walk out of a meeting, whether it was planning or planning formally in public or planning behind the scenes, where I didn't walk out with something that's going to make it better. And so contrary to what you might think, I'm not uptight about being here with you guys. I think it's good for the community that there's been a lot of disinformation in the way people have jumped to conclusions. And so with that, I want to apologize up front for what will be some length in terms of some background on this, because while I recognize that you guys get this, I also think that this testimony becomes part of the public record. And so that when people want to question, our relationship and what's in my pocket,
What or who?
Right. That there's full transparency. And so I welcome the opportunity to have a discussion with you guys and work through this together. I think that all of you know me personally. Whether this group or people in this room agree or disagree about the development per se as an idea, I hope you know that I'm a person of my word, and I've always delivered, I think, above and beyond in the context of what I think can make Breckenridge a better place. Sometimes people may not agree with that development makes it a better place, but that's what I do. And so I'm here to champion development, but done the right way too. And I do think that having the master plan and creating some of these absolutes and known certainties for this community is an essential part of providing clarity in a go forward space. So we've gotten better projects. And like I said, I want to share the process whereby this project was landed with unanimous support of the Planning Commission on every point analysis at +10. Are there things in the report, the staff report that was affirmed by the Planning Commission that I disagree with? Yeah, I do. Are there things that you're going to disagree with? Yeah, I get that. It's not a perfect process, but at the end of the day, I think this is about striking a balance between the code and then some of the obvious things that are out there for us to tackle as a community. And so I want to continue to be the community player that I believe that our company has been. So how did we get here? Again, there's historical context with this, and for the length of that, and I want to respect your time, I apologize, but I do feel a need to be thorough about this. So how do we get here? I think that some of the political, talking points, things that have created confusion in the community could start with the question of density. Density, for the record, is merely zoning place limitations on property development by controlling the number of structures in a given area to control population density. And it's pretty clear in this master plan application, there's a limit of 143 SFEs that go on the site. And so this density is not talking about more than 143. It's talking about exactly 143 units of density on 3 exactly known and definable parcels. A single family equivalent. I think there's probably people in this audience that don't know that an SFE is a single family equivalent. And what that means, the 143 means that this land comes with the entitlement to build 143 single family equivalents. The table in the town code delineates the residential square footage value of an SFE, right? So one SFE gets you one house if you're in the Highlands. One SFE gets you 1,000 square feet of commercial. It gets you 1,200 square feet of a condominium, 1,380 of a hotel, 1,600 of a townhome, which goes to some of Chris's answer about the workforce housing supply, is that the formula the town has in the code wheels off of the number of employees that are generated pursuant to that square footage. And as I sit here today, I cannot definitively say what the composition will be of the residential square footage in these buildings. And in fairness to what the SFE thing means is that we can approve this master plan tonight for where these buildings go and the amount of density. And tomorrow someone could buy my company, but that person would be bound by the covenants that are in the master plan, right? And so that it protects, and they could in turn say, we don't want to do timeshare, we want to do all hotel, which would change the workforce count, which would thereby change the workforce housing square footage required. And then that use would then determine the amount of square footage required for workforce housing. So it's organic, it changes. And as you get more focused on exactly what's going to be built, that gets a better parameter for how much workforce housing you have to provide. As a general rule, working off of what Mark is saying, 80 to 90 employees, I think is probably right. But to give you any specificity, I think it would be wrong for me to say that. So what is a vested property right? That's, I think, pretty straightforward, but Colorado statute is that we have the single family equivalents, that density that rests on this land, and it's been preserved legally by actions of your predecessors, our predecessors, that was placed on these parcels before I moved here, before many of you moved here. There's been density on these parking lots. There's been vocal opposition to what's going on here. I think that there's a confluence of things with the short-term rental licenses and the fees and the contradiction, I think, that people feel between restricting licenses on one hand and then having this development get approved on the other. And people have scratched their heads and go, wait a second, how can you simultaneously restrict over here and then add more over here? And I get it. And if I owned a condo on 4 o'clock road, or not 4 o'clock, but somewhere where there was going to be a restriction, then I would be upset too, because I would see this contradiction. That's where and this is a quote that I pulled that was really talking about STRs, but it gets the idea that there's some unhappiness out there about the contradiction between the two. I think there's fundamentally a disconnect that the density that exists on this site is or was discretionary. And in no way was this density discretionary. It existed before you were elected, well before you were elected, probably well before Aaron was born. This density existed. So I'm not saying Dick, but I'll go with Aaron. I understand. But I do think that there is the false conception in our community that this density is discretionary. It is not. It's been vested and memorialized countless times in actions taken in this room in public to say this 143 units of density exists. And all that you kind of really need to do is read along in the historical context of this density, and you would know that, and that would answer a lot of the questions and diffuse, I think, a lot of this discontent. Maybe it wouldn't diffuse the discontent, but at least the people that were upset could say, okay, I get it over here that I don't want this extra development to happen, but it's vested. It's density that's going to happen. So as a community member, I want to challenge BGV to create the most amount of community benefit in tandem with this density that I don't like. And so, so you may not like it, but it's real and it exists. And so I would say, move on to the idea that what does the community get in return for this from the developer that gets memorialized in the master plan. So the density exists. This table is from, I think it's page 92 of the current packet that you guys have, that shows where the density was and moved to. And you can see that there's the original density along the top line of 442 that was in these parking lots originally. And then a whole slew of it was transferred up to peak 7 and peak 8 to do the master plans for 7 and 8. Concurrent with that transfer was also a sunset or a reduction of 25% of that density. And so what's left on the parking lot sites, the gondola and the North and South Gold Rush, after the 58 that moved up for the hotel site are there, is 143. You'd have to go through, decades of documents to get this, but Chris formalized it nicely in this table. So historical events net us out at 143. This quote is from, I think this is from Kulik, from Chris's staff report, that the density is distributed as flexible density between the commercial and residential uses and will not exceed 143. So another benefit to having a master plan is that, and I was the culprit behind trying to move density from these lots up to the base of the mountain, right? So when you approve this master plan at 143 hard cap, there's not a successor to Jeffrey or to Carol that could come in and say, well, let's make this 200. They could, but that's going to be a really arduous push up the hill to change that. So the master plan also memorializes the density that can be there. It further, in a footnote, says that per an agreement with the town reached with VRDC, Vail Resorts Development Corporation, prior to construction of the South Gondola parking structure, the 40 SFEs of density attached to the South Gondola lot, which can't be used because there's a parking structure there now, may be utilized on either the Gold Rush or the North Gondola lots. And so the density exists, and it's clearly contemplated in the town agreements. This density is portable between these three lots as well. It further, when you look at the 2003 parking agreement, you know that the town and the ski resort, they endeavored to ensure that 1,500 and 1,550 parking spots will be provided in the core of town. You guys are fulfilling the base 550 in your structure, plus the extras that you do. And so this structure fills in the extra 1,000. So the 550 that you're required to do plus our 1,000, and then the net gain in parking is because of the extra parking that you guys have, that we have in the town parking structure on the South Gondola lot. Mark Truckee in 2000, that's October, I can't read that far, November of 2019. He also, in his memo, which is a cover memo to the development agreement that was authorized by, I guess, the previous town council, but that's everybody sitting here, I think. So you can blame the previous town council. Any density transfer will be subject to a fit test to ensure that the receiving property for density can accommodate the additional density while still meeting other requirements and policies of the development code. That's exactly what this process has been about, is making sure that this density as prescribed on these three lots actually fits per the town code. That's the point of the planning process. And the SFEs described in these sections are the existing density. That's a footnote in the development agreement, or that's in the development agreement that was ratified by this town council. And so I just want to say respectfully to the members of the community that talk about what I think is a fundamental disconnect. This density has existed for decades, and there's nothing that's occurred prior to BGV submitting an application to build these buildings that changed that number at all. It was there before we showed up, and it was there today, and nothing's been done to alter those numbers on any level. So the summary on the density is that it's been there for decades, and I think that I hope that this provides some clarity on the disconnect in terms of what people believe to be true. They may or may not understand it or buy it or whatever, but I wanted to have the opportunity in public record to say that it existed, and we didn't make this up, and we didn't reach a side agreement with the town council. It was incorporated, this density was incorporated in previous master plans. I know Eric was intimately involved with this when you were on planning commission, right? And you guys did the master plan for
Council at the time.
for the parking lots. Yep. Some of the density was moved to peak 7 and peak 8 in their master plan. Some of the density was sunset, and there's 143 affirmed by this town council in a recorded covenant. So the operative question here tonight is, does our master plan pass the fit test? And the planning commission passed what staff recommended as a point analysis of positive 10, which is, for those of you that have been on the planning commission or been through these processes, is an avalanche of points on the positive side of things, which I feel like we also have a track record of trying to do that, because I'm not trying to game the system to land at 0 and do as little as I can. I want to say, I want to max this out. And the precedent that I would hope that BGV sets is one to say, do more than what you're supposed to do. That's the right way to go about doing things. The master plan, whoops. Where'd that come from? slide disappeared, but it's only the most important one. Not really. So what's the alternative? So the master plan is going to create guardrails and some absolute policies and known eventualities for the community. The alternative is site specific. And so this density is portable amongst the 3 lots. And so here's, to break it down in its simplest terms, think about a house in the Wellington neighborhood and its architectural characteristic. And then think about a home in the Highlands and how those are designed. And then think about the residents in Marriott. 3 distinctly different architectural styles and purposes. Without a master plan and with site-specific plans, a developer could come in and propose to use X amount of this density on a specific lot and build a hotel. And right next to it, you could then build a house that looks like it belongs in the Highlands, and next to that one that belongs in the Wellington. A master plan creates congruity between all of the development. It defines sizes, sidewalk circulation patterns, all of these things, rather than the wild, wild west where anything goes in terms of site-specific plans. The master plan creates guardrails for the community, which I think is a positive thing. So the master plan is a social, I'm glad I printed this out. It's a social benefit. Yeah, no, Kelly's on it. It's good. So the master plan creates a known eventuality. Hi, Kelly. They just moved you down the lower right corner of the screen. That's all. You're covering up some of the words. So it's a community first master plan. It memorializes a roundabout at French and Park. It creates safer pedestrian circulation across a state highway. It delineates workforce housing. There's an open space dedication that's part of this. And I didn't put these 2 in here, but I'll say them because Chris did. And it's absolutely true that the master plan also creates an absolute policy with respect to height going forward, which you do not have today. If you were in the site specific space, you wouldn't have that. You'd have people that could just overcome negative points at will and build as tall as they could get away with relative to passing point analysis. The master plan gives the community certainty in terms of the height of what can be built. And also as part of this discussion, I can see where it's gone, that the operating details of the gondola can also be memorialized as part of the master plan itself, so that there's some certainty for the community in terms of the safe pedestrian crossing. I mean, to me, and you'll see some videos on this, that's one of the most pressing needs of our community, is to resolve that right now. And so we'll be committed to whatever, the language needs to be to make sure that we achieve that goal. Jay Beckerman said this really well at the final planning commission meeting, and I wanted to give him credit for saying it's the application, not the applicant. He was talking about, his comment was a preference, I think, to saying firm things to us, to BGV. And to not think about not saying difficult things because it's BGV, but say, look at the application in a surgical fashion. It's just the application. It's not about the company. This is not a popularity contest for BGV. It's about, does the application and do the buildings fit as prescribed by the code? So community input. We had virtual open houses, and we received 57 letters of support, 20 letters challenging the development, the support letters generally focused on preferring a local developer, the opportunity for jobs, our collaborative approach with key stakeholders, and basically understanding that the density exists. The negative letters were basically against development of any kind, not a full grasp of the disconnect that I talked about previously. And then a number of the negative letters were from the neighborhood of the Woods, which we have worked diligently with Del Nordstrom and his group at the Woods to reach some kind of amicable resolution. That we're in a good space, I think, with those folks. He's stopped coming and talking negatively about it. So that's why I don't know how else to read that one. So, but, and I apologize if this comes off in an exceedingly negative fashion, but I read there's a long letter that's in this packet that is quite disparaging to me and to my company. And I feel obligated to address that particularly for the public record. From a letter from Richard Himmelstein, who is a neighbor of GC8 in the, what's it called, like the Peak 8 Court or something like that. While I realize this is a potential rabbit hole, his letter is now part of the public record and as such must be addressed. His letter is a collection of falsehoods and misguided innuendo. He's been arguing for his failed and discredited interpretation of town code relative to building height at GC8 for nearly a decade. He is in violation of his agreements with BGV. He's attempting to relitigate matters long since settled in this room in public with full and complete transparency. His positions were rejected by staff, planning commission, and ultimately this town council. He outright claims that BGV gamed the town of Breckenridge with respect to housing requirements at GC8. BGV has out-delivered code-based workforce housing requirements throughout our 30-year history. Today, BGV has 67 workforce housing bedrooms owned outright or controlled through long-term leases. And I don't even know, Eric, how many we've bought down and subsequently sold with a deed restriction over time. What we have under control today is 67, but we've done the same thing where we bought a unit for 300,000, deed restricted it and resold it for 225. And so I don't even know what the count is of that. These 67 housing units represent 13% of our workforce. Based on business and community need, however, our goal is to eclipse providing more than 20% of our employees' housing needs, and in doing so, set the gold standard for workforce housing in our community. If hitting home runs on workforce housing for the town of Breckenridge is gaming the town, then I'll take that compliment. That's what we've done, is outperformed what we've been required to do. I'm happy to debate my and BGV's good neighbor status with him anytime, anywhere, and with any audience. Philanthropy, heart health awareness, wages, benefits, career advancement, workforce housing initiatives, COVID hygiene, sustainability, green initiatives, you name it. I'm proud of our record and happy to share it with anyone. And it's difficult to have people throw stones that are based in false truths at you personally. But his letter brings up a great point. I believe there are many people in our town who are confused by the process at play here. He seems to think that by impugning my character, attacking BGV's buildings, and disparaging our product, that this town council can teach me a lesson about being a good neighbor and reject our plan. Every person in this room tonight needs to embrace the idea that this town council has a responsibility to assess whether or not our proposed use of entitled density fits on these parcels using the town code as a decision-making tool. Do the buildings fit structurally as evaluated solely by the town code? Turning a blind eye to social implications of development is not how BGV has historically operated, and this master plan is no exception. We are embedding items in the master plan that will inure perpetual community benefit. The reality in our very popular town is that entitled density will ultimately be built. Tonight's question is how, not if. A great master plan defines how the buildings will be built and where they are located while simultaneously memorializing community benefits like sidewalks, roundabouts, and safe pedestrian passage. Tonight, it doesn't matter if you think I'm a bad neighbor or you don't want more development, or if you'd like to take me out back and teach me some Boston manners, or if you don't like timeshare, or if your favorite color is purple. What matters is the code. And do the buildings fit per the application of the town code? That's it, and they do. And again, I don't want to roll as a negative guy, but I had to say that. So the code-based planning process. So the way this works, and I think some of you know this, maybe many in the room don't. is the way this works is that there's a pre-submittal meeting with the staff. And as you guys know, there's been countless hours, countless meetings, dozens and dozens of people that have been involved in the preparatory stages of this application. And then the application, we submit the application and it's evaluated by staff. It's not evaluated by Mike Dudek. It's evaluated by the town planning staff. The town planning staff solely assigns the points. We're not in Chris's office or Truckey's office lobbying for more points. We say, we have a meeting, we say, here's our application, and then we wait for his view of how that application fits or doesn't fit the code. And then we have a planning hearing whereby the commissioners that this town council appoints evaluates the efficacy of what the town planning staff produced as a point analysis on this. So there at no point in the run up to the number of points that are aggregate in an application is BGV consulted with, hey, what do you think about this? Or do you want more points here? That's not the way this works. It's here's your application and here's the points that you get with it. And then we react to what the planning commission has to say. Which is what that says. So we've had a lot of expert collaboration along the way between the town planning staff, planning commissioners, town engineers, the police, as Chris mentioned, fire, the streets department, CDOT's participated, the Army Corps of Engineers with respect to the wetlands on the South Gold Rush lot, DTJ Design, our architect. I know you guys are all familiar with Bill Campy and the work that he's done on behalf of the town of Breckenridge, FHU traffic engineers who coincidentally, I mean, to a point, I'm going to go a little off script here. The most efficient thing for traffic is a signaled intersection. But the town staff and all of these consultants advocated for the roundabout because it's congruent with the plan and vision for the community. But it's cheaper for us to build a signaled intersection than a roundabout. And so, yeah, would I rather build a signaled intersection? Sure, because it's going to cost less money. But again, when you go back and evaluate the economics and see where the true intentions are for our company, they lie in the idea that we want to do the right thing for Breckenridge. And that means that this overwhelmingly, unanimously, people said roundabout. And so there's a roundabout here. And there's also a gondola to move people across the street because we talked about the failed underpass at the Skyway Skiway. We talked about the disaster that is at the Village. And we talked about this with respect to the workforce housing a year ago and not, adding more people to that side of the street. How do we get them across? And the gondola was the overwhelming choice. But I will just say that the gondola costs more than a bridge and a roundabout costs more than a signaled intersection. We're doing things and memorializing things in this master plan that costs more to develop it to the benefit of the town of Breckenridge. Leitner Palma, and of course us. Leitner Palma on the gondola, Dick, to some of your questions about gondola capacity, et cetera. We haven't engineered this thing yet, but a detachable, if you want to put conditions in this that talk about certain things, then we're open to being as specific as we can be without the engineering in place. And we can have a discussion about that satisfies this group, but we don't have the engineering done, but we'll get there and we can hear the concerns and address them in a judicious way that makes sure that you're satisfied at the end of the day with those concerns. So all those people together landed this project at a unanimous support, 6-0 vote, a positive 10. The only item of confusion in that meeting is that a couple of the planning commissioners wanted to approve the project at plus 13. And so there was some confusion on the vote. Initially, it was 4 or 5 to 1 and 4 to 2, but the 2 votes of opposition were about saying no to 10 and yes to 13. And so I said in the meeting, let's back off the 13 and just stick with 10 so that I could say tonight, in anticipation of this call up, that there's unanimous support amongst all planning commission members at positive 10, and there is. So this is an organic process and not a negotiation, like I said earlier. We start with submitting an application, and then there's a staff report, and then there's a planning commission public hearing. Our first meeting in April of 21, this is after probably a year worth of preparatory meetings, had Chris's recommendation of the staff report was at -8, and the planning commission agreed with his decision. And so then it's on us as a development team to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, here are the areas where they're, where they're seeing negatives, and to adjust our application accordingly. We react to what the town staff and the planning commissioners tell us. We're not telling them, we're reacting to and adjusting our application based on the comments that we hear from staff, commissioners, and the public. So it came in the first meeting at -8, and the planning commission agreed. And so we put our tails between our legs and went over to the Briar, and I ordered a Diet Coke, and everybody else had a drink. And then we talked about what we're going to do next. And what we did next is we came back for a second meeting where we submitted the application, staff report, and had a planning commission public hearing. In that meeting in July of this year, the staff recommendation was at +7, given the changes that were made, but the planning commission decision was uncertain. And by that, I'll specifically mention this: the gondola, the members of the planning commission, it was a 3-3 to 1 vote for +6 points, which is what Chris Kulik recommended in his report. 3 were in favor of it, 3 were at 0, and 1 was undecided. And they were asking many of the same questions that you guys were asking about operations, the efficacy of getting people across the street, et cetera, et cetera. And then we showed them, we talked about what happened in Winter Park, and with some letters from the planning department at Winter Park, as well as some video that you'll see in a few minutes about the absolute danger that is French Street at Park Avenue. It's a calamity waiting to happen. So, but before this video was seen, the planning commissioners said 3-3-1 on the +7. So I don't want to say that they supported +7, and in July they did not. They were uncertain about it, which is why I say that there. And then we come back and we do this the third go around. Now I'll say this too, for both Peak 7 and Peak 8, once at Peak 7, 2 different projects at Peak 8, we've never done more than 2 planning commission meetings, and we're on our way to our 4th with this. And the idea being, from my seat, this has been thoroughly vetted. I mean, this is, I won't make jokes to try and rival Jeffrey, but
Stick with what you're good at.
yeah, I will. Not being funny.
Yeah.
Thanks. So submit an application and a staff report, and there's a planning commission public hearing again. And at this one on September 21st of this year, the staff recommendation was +7, and the planning commission agreed with the staff. Now, at this meeting, there was a question about non-natural material. And specifically, it was about the amount of brick on the sides of our buildings. And we were going to eat -3 points in the master plan to allow brick greater than 25%. And the planning commission, you could tell there was heartburn about this decision, because they still wanted to have some site-specific control to increase that from -3 to -6. And so, sensing the vibe in the room, even though they voted unanimously to approve it at +7 with the -3 for the brick and a caveat inside the master plan to regulate that in the future, we decided to alter our submission for the final hearing, which is how we got to +10. Yeah, I would just say too, just as an aside, there's brick everywhere in Breckenridge, and the Egyptians used clay baked in the sun to create bricks to build buildings. The idea that it's not natural is mystifying to me, but it is for the purposes of planning in our community. So I hope that we can take a look at that in the future, because I don't buy, you walk down Main Street and see all the buildings in brick and say that's not natural, but that's what this decision is. And so we abide by it. We live with it because it's part of the past precedent, but like other things, don't necessarily need to agree with it. And I think it's something that could be revisited in the future, just as a parenthetical aside. So in September, +7. So then we get a 4th whirl around the merry-go-round, where we submit the application, get our staff report, and have a hearing. And this was October 19th, where the staff recommended +10 because we took the -3 out for the brick. And so these buildings say, I keep going back and forth this, but it's just really hard to go a long time with the mask on.
Jeffrey can't do it.
I'm not going to do another Jeffrey joke right there. So staff plus 10, and this was making the -3 for the bricks go away. So the site specific evaluation, there could be -6 assigned to a building for a brick. There could be -3, there could be 0 for under 25%. But the commissioners wanted site-specific control on this and not have the ambiguity that would have been baked into the master plan. And so we withdrew the over 25% brick layer of the master plan so that we made the -3 go away, which moved us from 7 positive to 10. And that's what was approved unanimously on October 19th. So we had 4 planning commission hearings, countless experts participate, and 1 conclusive result, which was that this master plan passed at positive 10 points. So there are, to break down what's in the staff report, there are areas of point allocation, -8 for land use, 0 for architectural compatibility, which was -3, but the final version takes that out. -10 for height, creating the absolute, glass ceiling on the buildings in a forward look to protect the community. +3 for internal circulation, parking, recreation, 6 for open space, social community at +3, transit at +6, and infrastructure at +4. Add those all together and you land at +10. I would like to address a couple of these areas where I anticipated that you might have questions in advance. And so I'll go through that part of this right now. One of which I've heard this a couple times is the potential view that there's a double dip of points with respect to the Frenchman Park roundabout. And we clearly don't think that that's the case, and neither did the Planning Commission or the staff. There's +4 points available. There's +4 points in the analysis for the CIP component of the code. And there's also a +3 for the social community. Remember that a signaled intersection would cost us less than building a roundabout. And the roundabout was in the CIP in 2019, and then it was removed in 2000 for the 2020. And I'm going to suggest that after you watch this video, that tomorrow you're going to have an element of cost in your CIP going forward. If this doesn't get approved, like I said, there's an imminent public safety issue. So check this guy out. It's snowing. He's in ski boots. The road's wet and icy. Here comes a ski area bus making a left-hand turn, which is impossible on Park Avenue. This person slips. Look at the cars, how fast they're going by, slips and dies right there. This is the condition that we have today. Now, we set out and filmed this on several days, got 8 hours of video like this. That's the scariest one of that situation. Here's a family of, I think, 8, 2 strollers, a toddler, and they're trying to make their way across the street. To Dick's point, they stop traffic sometimes. These people, they wave and people yield and they slow down and they're able to make their way across the street. That's what we're living with today. No intersection, no signaled crosswalk, nothing. Here is ski area buses. Here's a family with a little one in a white ski jumper. Now they're going to make a run for life across the street. And here they go. Now here's this bus that's going to come up and they're going to yield to this family, let them cross. Oh, no, they don't do that. Cars don't always stop for people in the middle of our streets and state highways. Someone's going to get hurt here and hurt bad. And we as a community need to fix this. And I'm happy to carry the burden to get that done inside this master plan. This is a tally sheet from Saturday, March 6th of the jaywalking events that occur from these lots where it's clearly stated to use the shuttle transport to get across the street and where people clearly do not follow directions. And we know this, and anecdotally, we all know this, but now you're going to see video that, proves and clarifies what we all know to be true anecdotally, that people they're going to take the path of least resistance. This letter is from the Winter Park Planning Director, which says, in addition, the cabriolet eliminated pedestrian vehicular safety hazards associated with guests having to walk along or cross Winter Park Drive. Same kind of situation as what we have here in Breckenridge. These things work to eliminate vehicle pedestrian conflict. They do. It gives people an easy button, as Chris said, to press to get across the street, whether you're going to or coming home from skiing. And the way that, like Chris illustrated, the way we would load the garage is going to encourage people to get on the gondola to start the day. But the other part of it is that when you get off the gondola at the end of the day, your walking path, if you decide you're going to walk home, conveniently walks you right by the entrance to the gondola, the Gold Rush gondola, to move you across the street. And so the easy button is obvious for people and easy for people to push on their way home, to hop on that gondola too and get across the state highway without, for those people that chose not to ski back down to town on the Skyway Skiway and ride the gondola instead, they can easily get across the street in the gondola.
And Mike, did you consider a cabriolet or why did you go with a gondola?
We went with the gondola because I think I've heard in the past that CDOT requires closed cars with the coverage over Highway 9. So people don't throw things out of the gondola cars. That's why I've been told that's why we have a closed system today and why we would need one in the future.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that was the jaywalks and people not paying attention to the signs. So there's 500 cars over there today that can park on any given Saturday or Sunday. There's 500 at the North Gondola lot. And so what we're doing at a minimum for the 500 cars that are across the street in those two parking lots is providing those folks safe passage across the street in a way that they don't have to risk their life to go skiing. It should not be how people vacation in Breckenridge. The town staff report, with respect to the CIP on the gondola, they reached a conclusion that was consistent with precedents by awarding 4 points. So policy 26 on the CIP says it's 4 points times a 2 multiplier minus or plus. So technically, the roundabout is not in your CIP. So technically, you could say, no, get rid of that because it's not part of the CIP. What the town staff and the planning commission agreed to do is that under policy 26R, if the applicant's proposed infrastructure is not listed, but was listed in a previous version of the CIP, and if the capital improvements are still relevant at the time of submittal. And I would postulate to this council that the improvements are very relevant, not only for public safety, but that 365, the people of this community are going to enjoy a better traffic flow and not have to make that left-hand turn anywhere on Park Avenue by the Parkway Center to get into the flow of traffic. The roundabout at French resolves that situation. I've had extensive discussions with Dick Bowder at Parkway Center because a sliver of the land that is on this roundabout encroaches on the postal lot that Dick owns and controls. And he's fully supportive of working with us to make this roundabout a reality. He too understands the need to get this done. And quite frankly, probably understands the long-term value to a redevelopment proposition at City Market, that if there was going to be a redevelopment, a gondola, a roundabout at Front Street would be likely a precondition to doing a redevelopment of City Market. And so he's on board with this as well. So, yep. Sorry. So what the town staff suggested and the planning commission supported was +4, not doing 4 times the +2 because it's not in the CIP today, but saying it was when this process started. And so they wanted to be consistent with past precedent and award points, but to have them be diminished because it wasn't currently in the CIP. And so I think that there is recognition on the CIP side of things that this is consistent with precedent to say 4 and not 8 points on the CIP side of the roundabout. Interestingly, at Pinewood Village, the sidewalk that Tim Casey and group put in front of Pinewood also received +4 points on the CIP side of things. they were awarded positive 4 points on CIP. I don't believe that that was in the CIP budget at the time, but everyone could see the obvious need to have the sidewalk on Airport Road on the west side of it to service all of those workforce housing units that were built. With respect to internal circulation, policy 26A and 26R, I want to illustrate here. I'll say this, I'm not trying to advocate you guys change the points, but I'm going to show you some stuff illustrating where I don't agree with the decisions, the staff report or the planning commission decision on this policy. But as part of the way the process works, I think that there's a give and take. And at the end of the day, our goal as developers is to get the project to pass. And so we set aside our disagreement on this and say, we agree to disagree on this, and we'll move past this and land at the positive 10. But I firmly believe that this should have been internal circulation, should have been awarded not the 3 that's in the report, but positive 6. And here's the reason why. So here's an overview of the project from, I guess, the southwestern view. The first area that Chris talked about is a sidewalk along West Park Avenue, which has barriers to protect people from traffic, as well as to prevent people from jaywalking across the state highway. The second element of internal circulation is the sidewalks involved in the roundabout at French and Park. The third is the movement of people from the Parkway Center through the project to the gondola as another corridor of pedestrian circulation. And finally, sidewalks along the south side of French Street that Chris mentioned. Here's a view of the look towards City Market from the gondola restaurant on the right near Kelly's Box, and then the flat top roof on the left. And then here's a view from City Market looking towards the gondola with the entryway, and you can see the bridge connecting the buildings, et cetera. So there's a look at the buildings and the neighborhood kind of feel that we're trying to create. This is decidedly different than what we built at Peak 7 and Peak 8. Because we do have condominium buildings, but there are also townhome elements to this, so that I feel like as a good component of planning, having some differentiation is a good thing. And having the townhome mix along with the condominium building, we think is a good fresh departure for the way we're doing things. And it also, I think, makes the project better to have different types of uses where we can have people, residents of the facility that are staying in the townhomes that don't have to share a corridor with other people. And so if we have people that want to have their own space, they can do that. Think of a brownstone walk-up thing in New York or Chicago near Wrigleyville, where you just walk up into your unit. You're not sharing a hallway with others. We think in today's day and age that there's a real need for that. So but aside from that, we think that doing it creates some real architectural positive opportunity. Whoops. So in order to lay the groundwork for why I think we should have 6, not 3 on the internal circulation, I think we should look at why we got 6 and not 8 points on the gondola that we're putting in. In the staff report that was discussed at Planning Commission, the rationale for 6 points for our gondola versus 8 that the town's gondola received was primarily in the length of the cable and the amount of service that it provided. The Breckenridge gondola is 7,592 feet. Our gondola is 592 feet. So that was the rationale, and it makes sense, right? It's less than what the town did. The town's gondola is 12.8 times longer than ours. It has 4 stops versus 2. It serves 2 base areas in a residential neighborhood versus just a parking garage. That's the rationale behind saying the BGV gondola gets 6 points and not 8. I accept that as an argument of proportionality, amount of money spent, things like that, 6, not 8. But I also think that if we're going to make the proportionality argument, that it cuts both ways. You can't just say that you get 6 versus 8 because you've got less linear feet of the cable and then not apply that same proportionality standard to other elements of the project, specifically talking about sidewalks. So here's another video of a person that has jaywalked from the Skyway Skiway across Park Avenue to the east side of Park Avenue. They walk down Park Avenue and they're going to jaywalk back across to the Gold Rush lot. We're going to put a parking we're going to put a sidewalk on the other side of the street, as I said before, with barriers. So that bank of snow that you see in the midpoint on the left side of this goes away, and there's a sidewalk there, and it would look like this. So here's this guy, and he's not walking there anymore. He's over there. And so we don't have the jaywalk anymore from these people that ski down, use the underpass, and then have to walk back across in today's environment, today's existing condition, to get to those two parking lots. So they can ski down, access a sidewalk, and then walk down to their car. And not have a jaywalking event either on their way to skiing because they were able to use the gondola, or their way home because they were able to use the sidewalk if they chose not to use the Breck Connect to get down to town. So that said, the sidewalk length precedence for points awarded by the town. Bluefish for a connecting sidewalk between Lincoln and what's that called? The courthouse parking lot, the one behind Salt Creek Courthouse. Got 3 points for a 100-foot sidewalk. The Village Hotel got 3 points for a 124-foot sidewalk doing the same thing. The Bison Crossing, 3 points for 125 feet. The Elk, 124 feet, positive 3 points. BGV in this master plan, not BGV's master plan, the master plan, because it's about the application, not the applicant, is 1,266 lineal feet of sidewalk on West Park Avenue. 768 square feet or lineal feet of pedestrian crossing inside the roundabout, 592 feet internally between on the route from City Market to the gondola. And finally, 1,155 square feet of sidewalk, 1,155 lineal feet on French Street. So collectively, that's 3,781 feet, lineal feet of sidewalk, 30.2 times the longest precedent that gave awarded +3. This is why I thought we deserve +6, because if you want to use the proportionality argument on the gondola and say we deserve less for the gondola because of the cable length, then I would say that we deserve more for circulation because of the length of the sidewalks that we're putting in. I'm not here to quibble about the Planning Commission decision or the staff report. I'm here to say that we can all see things differently and can have different opinions about this. But at the end of the day, the question is, does it fit? And does it fit in a number that's greater than 0? And I think conclusively, the answer to that is yes. So here are again the points. I talked briefly about internal circulation and the infrastructure. I'm happy to talk about any of these other point allocations if you have questions about them or concerns. But that said, it fits. And we appreciate your time and I welcome your questions.
Thanks, Mike. All right, questions for the applicant?
I have a question. So the gondola station is on the westernmost point of the parking structure. So people would have to essentially walk away from where they want to go in order to get to where they want to go. I'm a little worried about just human behavior and thinking, oh, I want to go across the street, but I have to go this way in order to go that way. Was this taken into consideration when it was talked about 95% of the people utilizing the gondola? And was there any talk, like I see why that choice wasn't made because of the mixed use building 1 would hinder it? But was that discussed at all, making it maybe on that corner where it's near the housing, the workforce housing or anything like that, so it could be utilized maybe a little bit more from the workforce housing and even potentially the people across the street?
The location, no, that was from an engineering standpoint, that was the location that was recommended and the one that we followed. I mean, that having the load plan of the cars to get people to exit their vehicles and obviously see, look, I think that our gondola itself sends a subliminal message when people are driving to town, because you go underneath that gondola before you park in the garage. And so it's saying to you there's an easy way up the mountain, right? Use this gondola before you've even ever parked in there. And so I think for the vast majority of the users, that's the message that's delivered subliminally. But then there's also the message that gets delivered in the wayfinding inside the building. This is the way, funneling people to the gondola, just like the town's going to do in its structure to get people from the new town structure across the gondola. You can't have a sieve of people walking across the street. There needs to be some order to it. And I'm sure you guys there's wayfinding that's been recommended is in place for the town parking structure. We would do the same kind of thing. If there are other more efficient places to locate it that work with engineering, we would do that. I mean, we're doing a more expensive solution precisely because the town asked us to do this kind of solution. If there's a way, again, back to the beginning statement I made, Aaron, if there are things that emerge from this meeting to make the project better, which they will, then we'll incorporate those. That's our track record and that's what we'll do. And so I don't have the answer, but I know that we get it. The way it worked in Winter Park was that the cabriolet there translated into a massive decrease in vehicle pedestrian conflict. You have every reason to believe that what happened historically in Winter Park would repeat itself here in Breckenridge.
Right.
And Aaron, one other thing just to note, remember that gondola has to get the requisite clearance over the highway and then come back down to that station, because as they shut down and start up, you get sag in the line. And so you cannot violate those clearances that CDOT has on that highway. So you have to drop it back in and have enough space to come back down.
Okay.
So for the record, you're going to have to identify yourself.
My name is Graham Frank from Breckenridge Grand Vacations.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, how big are the cabins? How many people?
It's not been engineered yet, but I mean, if our current ones are 8, and so I suspect that the capacity would be similar to that. I mean, we obviously understand the issue of throughput on the constraining issue is not in the morning, right? Because people arrive in staggered amounts of time. The constraining issue for capacity is in the evening and the return. So there's not a line that encourages people to walk across the street versus using the gondola. And so we are committed to creating a safe experience. And so whatever the comfortable carrying capacity needs to be to facilitate that, that's what will happen. And that's why, quite frankly, the master plan is important, because it delineates those things, defines them, it memorializes them.
Well, kind of.
Well,
We're not getting a lot of details, but I hear you.
Well, no, I mean,
We're getting promises, but not details. And where I'm coming from, Mike, is, and I appreciate what you're saying. And, this process is, we've all got our job to do, and we don't know whether we're going to be working with you down the road. We worked with you for years on the hotel, and then it turned out we weren't going to work with you beyond that. So, I feel like we need to document and get details in this master plan if we're memorializing all of these things. So that's where I'm coming from.
Well,
I feel strongly about that.
Okay,
It's got to be documented and in the plan.
and so I would ask you, what satisfies in terms of documentation, right? What are the thresholds that will satisfy you relative to the conditions that are written, not promises, but are written and memorialized in the document that makes this surgical and not emotional? What are those? And so
Sure.
if those are clearly defined, then we can meet those or discuss those. But
For me, it's detachable. Because
Check.
I think that's important.
so we can commit to that.
So that needs to be in the document. To me, it's operating hours that mirror the Rec Connect, because I think if that's running, then yours needs to be running.
So I would.
Right back to where we were with running vehicles across the street.
Right. So we will commit to operating it during the ski season consistent with hours of the ski resort. The summertime operations, I don't have a vehicle count. We don't anticipate any vehicle load in the facility in the summertime. And so I wouldn't say that we would run it in July, because we don't anticipate there being cars there. They park across the street in the town parking structure. And we can open it as is needed, and run the gondola as is needed. But to sit here tonight and say, run it, on 365 or run it anytime that the ski resort gondola is running, I don't think that's an efficient use of energy, time, money. But that said, I get that the idea of us putting the gondola in is to get people across the street to their parking in this garage. And so if the garage is operational, when the ski resort gondola is running, then yes, it's fine to have a covenant as part of the master plan that says this gondola will run if there's vehicles in that structure concurrent with the hours of operation of the ski resort gondola. That's fine.
No, I think if the ski gondola is what I said was, you asked me what would make me comfortable, and what would make me comfortable is mirror the hours of operations of the Breck Connect. Not if, it's mirror the hours, so that when the Breck Connect's running, the Gold Rush gondola is running. That's what I think is important, because, when the Breck Connect's running, we're gonna have cars parked everywhere.
So, okay. And I'm happy to have this conversation right now too, is
At least
that
during the winter.
no, during the winter, no problem. And I would say that when open in the summer, if it has vehicle load, then it will run consistent with the ski resort gondola. And I hope that would satisfy your concern, that it will run when it has vehicles in and it matches the hours of operation of the ski resort.
Mike, you're also gonna have employee housing and workforce housing on top of the gondola, on top of the parking structure.
I stapled to the side, not on top, but yeah.
Okay, is the gondola gonna act as transportation for the workforce housing as well?
When they use it, yeah. I mean, it's to Dick's point, it's not going to run 24/7. So when they're going to leave the property outside the operating hours, the gondola, then they've got a roundabout that has marked intersections in it, which they don't have today, and no one has today. And so we feel like we have the best hybrid solution you can have, which is a roundabout that slows inbound and outbound traffic as people come in, so you don't see those scary situations again. And so they can safely cross, but that the majority, as their units are attached to the structure, an easy path across to the downtown core is to use the gondola. They have to walk that distance anyway, whether if they leave the parking structure on the north end of the parking structure and head to town, they're having to walk the linear distance of the parking structure.
Right.
And so then the question is, do they go up the stairs and hop on the gondola and go across the street? Or if they come out on the same level, the second level of the parking structure, then they're on level, they're on grade with the gondola entrance at that point.
So I think the question is, okay. The gondola is really, it sounds like it was designed especially for the people in the garage, right? So, and I understand that other people, the workforce housing people and the townhomes across the street could also be using it, but that's not what it's designed exactly for, especially if you look at this, like it's a lot easier if you are living in the workforce housing to just pop across the street. And the same thing with some of these townhomes, right? It's easier to just pop across the street. So my question is, currently, if we were to compare the current parking, and I understand the roundabout's much better design to get people across the street, but if we were to compare the current parking load right now compared to the people in the workforce house, the number of people in the workforce housing in the townhomes, is it more or less? Are you following me? There are less.
There will be less people in the townhomes than there are currently.
So you'll see fewer people.
Let me.
Here's what I think we need to do, because we could argue about this all night long. I think what we need to do is have something like we did with the original gondola, which, by the way, was not the town's gondola. That was Vail Resort's gondola that the town chipped in for.
Right.
You know that.
Right.
You just said that to piss Jeffrey and I off, and I know that.
Sorry.
You need to have something, just so Kirsten has something that she can write into this document, that the town has some kind of regulatory authority over the operation through a joint agreement with the developer in order to, because we can sit here all night long and argue about this, and we're not going to get anywhere because you haven't engineered it. The engineering has to be done based on the 1,000 car capacity.
Yep.
So it's a little bit different for your throughput than what they built for the Breck Connect. So somehow there needs to be, we need to empower Rick and Shannon to be able to say to you, hey, look, these are the days that first of all, you're agreeing to the entire winter. These are the days in the summer that the minute you open that thing, you run the gondola, right, Rick?
When we were trying to limit the pedestrian crossing at Gold Rush under the current situation, we have an agreement in place that that lot would not open and be operational until the gondola lot's fulfilled first. And, I think that would be our preference, and the south gondola fills, especially in the summer.
Right.
And I'm sure
That seems to be the issue right now is the summer, right, Dick and Dennis?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard Mike's agree that he will mirror the hours of operation of the Breck Connect, so that covers the winter hours.
Right,
So
for the winter
would-
hours, but not necessarily for the summer hours.
Correct, but it would be
So-
from the day the skier opens till the day
Correct.
the skier closes.
But the Breck Connect runs in the summer too, and that's where we can't get sideways with the language on this.
And I'll agree to operate the gondola when when the ski resort isn't open for skiing. If we put cars in the facility, I don't want to agree to, we will let the towns fill first and ours fill second. That's a bad economic decision for us to embark upon, but absolute commitment in terms of a covenant of approval that when the gondola is running, the ski resort gondola paid for in part by the town, when that's running, that our gondola will run. And in the summertime, when we load cars in that, our gondola will run.
So say over 20%, then you're willing to run it?
You know what?
I think we got to quantify it because we might be dealing with someone other than
I'm not going to make a number up that you don't agree with. So you tell me what the number is.
20%.
Fine.
Is that acceptable to the council?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got, so Michael, when people are coming to stay at your place, so they're gonna go, they have these various drop-off zones around, and then they're gonna drop their stuff off, and then they're gonna drive to the gondola, to the Gold Rush lot, and then take the gondola back to the property. Is that how it's gonna work?
I'm not following your question, Jeffrey.
If they're gonna go stay at your,
They're staying in our buildings if they're a
building
resident?
1, 2, or whatever the ones other than the townhome, mixed-use building 1, mixed-use building 2,
Right.
or townhomes. So there's not gonna be parking for each individual building. Are you gonna try to get everyone or most of the guests to park?
Thank you. That's a great question. And
Thank you.
and on behalf of the public needs to know that all of the parking for residents is subterranean underneath these buildings. And so if you're staying with us, you're parking underneath the building, and your egress to the main gondola is from your residence. You're not crossing a state highway.
Okay.
The only people that need to use the BGV gondola would be those that are in the parking structure, and then the extra uses based on people's, their convenience is going to be for the workers and that are on the units stapled on, the townhomes in the South Gold Rush. Quite frankly, the duplexes that are in the Woods neighborhood too now have an easier access point across the state highway than playing Frogger and trying to make it to the other side. And so
I'm saying, what is a shared drop-off?
where are you looking at that?
And then right to the, looks like to the north of building 1, it said shared drop-off.
Shared for the 3.
Yeah, that's the portico share entry for people when people come in and check in, where you take out, you check in and get your luggage out and then move to your unit.
Okay, so, all right.
That's the check-in lane.
Oh, I get you. Okay, all right.
Park your car underneath our buildings.
Okay, all right.
And our owners historically, when they park, they're because at peak 8 and 7, they're on shuttles. And so these cars collect dust for 7 days. They're just not circulating. And so thank you for asking that, because I think people in the community need to know that our residents park subterranean.
Other questions?
Will there be a fee for the Gold Rush parking structure?
Absolutely. It's paid parking. It's a $40 million parking structure. You guys know how that goes. So there will definitely be a fee. It's for the ski resort's customers. It's not for mine. My people park underneath the buildings. This facility is merely a consolidation of the paid parking that exists today on North Gondola, North Gold Rush, and South Gold Rush. So it doesn't change that condition of people paying to park if they choose to come into town.
It's the parking that you're required. to have.
Required to
Yeah.
replace before we can
Right.
go vertical with the residential.
Okay.
Like, with our parking structure, we've got a operating agreement with the ski company to be sure that we're not competing with each other over price,
Mhm.
because we get the surface parking revenue and they get the structure, in relation to what they had before.
Mhm.
So, do you have a similar agreement or with the ski company?
Is just based on the land lease.
You guys have a land lease.
That's why we do it the way we do it.
No, exactly.
You're paying a lease, you're paying a rent on the land
Correct.
we are paying rent on the land we leased from the ski resort. BGV is buying land from the ski resort, and so we don't have to remunerate them with any of the money from our parking
I was
structure.
just curious.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
said
no.
It's their customers, so I'm just.
It's their
curious if it's-
customers, but our facility.
Okay, so theoretically, you guys could undercut us and get the parking.
Yeah,
And then they'll run the gondola.
Huh?
So then they'll have to run the gondola too.
And Michael, where was in your employee housing on the side of the lot of the Gold Rush lot?
Mhm.
Will there be parking for those?
Yeah.
Residents? Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I had a question about sorry, I don't mean to dominate. But
No,
I've
go
spent a
ahead.
little bit of time studying
great.
this. Yeah, but you had 2 years to do it. I had a week.
yeah, well, you got to keep me on my toes. I like that.
Under the notes, I'm looking at the project concept in second paragraph, and I'll read. It's how does a new project relate to the defining core elements of historic community of a historic community? That if the town had been envisioned as a world-class destination resort community much earlier in its ultimate development. When asked these questions, new design directions can be explored. Paradigm shifts can occur on issues regarding building height and character. For me, this is inferring that paradigm shifts are happening with relation to building heights, and I guess I struggle with that. So I don't know, this might be my inexperience with these call-ups, but this is part of the document, so I have to express some concern around that statement.
I would say that first of all, the building height is an absolute is in the policy, so you're completely covered with respect to that. I would point to the renderings that I showed earlier that show what we think is consistent with our design was inspired by combining the courthouse, the BGV Community Center, the other buildings in this community, including this one that are built of brick, along with the Victorian architecture. That's what that's talking about. That's, Bill Campy being, trying to be, William Faulkner. And so what we're trying to do though is have this 21st century meeting of brick elements with the Victorian architecture. That's what that's talking about. If there are elements in there that give you heartburn, then we can modify some of that language, but that's the intent of it, is to make it look like what you saw up there.
The paradigm shift around heights gives me heartburn.
Then take it
I
out.
can tell you, that'd be great. I'm just concerned because this is a legal document. And as you pointed out numerous times, once we pass it, if we pass it, then it's something we have to live with. So I feel like if that's making a statement like that I don't agree with, I don't mean to nitpick. I just feel like we've got to do our job.
I don't have a problem with reasonable requests to make sure that you have not Dick Carlton, but that this community has the clarity that they deserve on these kind of projects. This is a big deal. I get it. And so I'm fine with having boundaries in place on these things. That's the point of this process. That's why I think having a master plan in place is excellent, rather than site-specific Oklahoma land rush free-for-all, which is the alternative.
And down this in the same line of thinking, back to the control building on top of the parking structure, which may appear to be in violation to an absolute policy. And I think you guys are asking for a variance of it. Do you know with the size, the dimensions of that control building?
Yeah, Graham told me 200 square feet.
And Dick, to your question earlier, a really interesting point that we investigated in the third planning commission meeting, where that garage intersects the hillside, on the back side of the garage there, we're cutting into the hillside. If you removed the wall that the cars will park against, you could literally walk from the top deck of the parking structure onto the ground. It intersects the ground. So if you draw your dimensions from there to the top of the building, it's 32.5 feet from ground to the top of that. So we did that investigation. In the third meeting, we provided a few visuals.
Sorry, I haven't had the ability to read the notes on the third
Sure,
meeting, so
sure.
this is the first time I'm seeing this.
But we
so.
did extensive investigation of that, of where it intersected the hillside. So that actual operator building is about half that height, or about 20 feet. And then you go on up to the top of the gondola building, which is at 32.5 feet from the hillside.
Which is
intersection.
open, so it's allowed per
Correct.
code, so. Could we put that in the conditions and notes
The-
that no
the-
more than
the
20 feet for the control building? 20 square feet,
From where.
200 square feet, I mean,
Well, here's.
what you're stating, so I'm just one asking. if-
We're
can
giving
we
you
put
what
that
John
in a
Mock has
condition?
given to us, but each year, right, the parameters on these gondolas change. Electrical capacity, all those things, they all go in the control building.
Pick a number, what can we put in there?
Can we have the opportunity to talk to Leitner Palma about this? I mean, we can, if it's going to be a condition of the development, we're going to add some of these other percentages to it, then we're going to have some conditions that are going to be drafted subsequent to this meeting. And so I'd ask that we have the opportunity to not pull a number out of thin air that has no basis at all. We think it's 200, but I'd like to confirm that.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how the process would work.
And to-
but sure, I mean, obviously, we're here being reasonable and
Yeah.
talking. I just want to protect the community.
Yeah, no, we will put in a size limitation on the control room that inside the master plan. We will do that,
We're comfortable with.
that you're comfortable with. Well, I mean, it's good. It's not housing. It's not, it's not a condominium. We're going to make it as small as we can. That's in our, we're paying for it.
Other questions?
Yes.
Mike, okay, go ahead.
Mike, applicant, I like that word.
Thanks.
Hey, as long as we're talking about giving, I haven't really seen much on the east side of the North Gondola lot along the Riverwalk. The town is gonna be embarking on Riverwalk improvements,
Yeah.
possibly laying the bank back. Would you be willing to be a participant in that when the town's ready?
I look forward to participating with the town on other things precisely like the Blue River restoration. I think that BGV would be an excellent partner, given our track record, to be the tip of the spear on getting that done. And we would welcome the opportunity to partner with the town to get that done. And I think that, my hope would be, Rick and I think briefly touched on that. We talked a while ago. We look forward to having another collaborative agreement that is in the best interest of this community to make this great.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Other questions?
With regards to the little park off the duplexes,
Yeah.
I have concerns. That just looks to me, walking through your property, which I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, but to go skinning up on Peak 8. I walk through there in the early mornings and I see just tons of people walking their dogs. So I look at that and I go dog park. And it's right adjacent to our wetlands. And with the amount of money we've spent cleaning up Carter Park's dog park, I have environmental concerns with the wetlands being so close to that piece of green grass. And we've got the parking structure next door. I just think it's a natural for people to take their dogs. Could we would you be willing to put some language in the conditions around a willingness to keep that? I don't know, Kelly, you might be able to help with the language. You're the biology person, but just some way to prevent that if it were to become a dog park, to prevent it from contaminating and damaging our wetlands. Kelly, do you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I'm a biologist and not a dog poop connoisseur, but I mean, I think just that the area would be reasonably maintained by BGV so that that's not an issue, because that's part of the problem with the dog park. I mean, people are supposed to pick up. So as long as BGV is maintaining the area, I think we could put something like that in there, but that's in their best interest as well.
We're happy to put a condition of ongoing dog depupification in the.
Steward of those wetlands.
Well, and it- yeah,
I
and-
actually think probably the bigger impact that I see is people leaving their dogs off leash in that park, because then they'll chase whatever comes through, and we know that we get bear, and now we're getting deer and elk, or I mean moose in there. So I think that probably much bigger concern is dogs off the leash in that area. So that'd be a good thing to make sure you guys are aware of and controlling for.
Fine.
Kelly, do you have any questions?
No, Dennis took my river restoration one. I thought that was a terrific point, and I appreciate
Your
you.
area of expertise. That was sort of a bogus move by
Brad, steal
Dennis.
your thunder.
All right, I got a couple of things. General notes in the master plan notes, and I agree with Dick's point about taking some of that language out, but at the top of the property location, it says there's 947 existing surface parking spaces there. That's supposed to be the 1,000 or whatever it is.
Well, so there's two different things. There's 947 that's declaring existing condition, but the parking agreement says 1,000. So that parking garage is programmed to meet the
Gotcha.
parking
So
agreement.
that's what they're parking currently.
Right.
Okay. Here's the other thing, and this is, I know when we do this stuff in master plan, we create these bubbles, but one of your notes is creating a gradual growth in height from Main Street to the west. One of my problems with some of the renderings we've seen, and I know we haven't seen anything site specific, is from the east to the west, those are right now slated to be no more than 3-story buildings, I guess, is what whatever those, the townhomes.
The diagonal in the lower right corner.
Yeah. That is definitely not a gradual increase from, town to the river. And then these things are going to sit up on a bank a bit. So I am concerned about how those are going to read from Main Street. I know there's really nothing to do right now other than lodge my site-specific potential issues with these going forward. And knowing you have a glass ceiling, there's probably not much to do about it, but it is in your master plan notes to just to have the wall there would really do a disservice to what you guys, and I think Campy was trying to talk about when he placed this language in there. Second thing, and this is really more a question for Chris and Truckee. We have a glass ceiling in regards to, no, you don't, they can just yell. We have a glass ceiling in regard to building height. Does that doesn't take into account any of the other building height code the things that we talk about, like the 50-foot building length, them being able to get a point for stepping down, roof forms at the edges, those things all still exist, even though we're putting a glass ceiling on height.
Yes.
That's all I needed. Roundabout notes. Okay. Other questions? Anyone? Okay, let's move on a bit. Is there any member of the public who wants to speak either in favor of
Thanks, Mike.
or in
Graham.
opposition to the application? Don't go too far, Okay,
I'll sit right here.
So, public witnesses are permitted to testify, with those in favor of the application going first, those in opposition to the application going second. After any witness testifies, he or she may be questioned by the applicant of counsel. Just by a show of hands, who's planning on speaking this evening? Yeah, right. Okay. Then the public hearing is closed. Is there any further evidence to be offered in this matter? Just from either the applicant or the staff. Yeah, please.
So just really briefly, I think some of the language, just the more descriptive, that's really not code based. We'd actually, at a staff level, would be supportive of a lot of that being removed because it doesn't when we're going and trying to review things, it's so much easier for us to focus on the things that we really need to know. But just to give a little history, a lot of that was this carryover from the previous master plan. I think that it's almost word for word verbatim from the previous 2009 master plan.
Okay.
Just to get a little background.
He did charge you for it, though.
Yeah. No, he charged the town the first time and me the second time.
It was Vail the first time.
Cut and paste.
Any member of the council have any questions or desire any additional information from anyone who has spoken or who has presented information during the hearing? All right, the call-up hearing in this matter is now closed. It is time for town council discussion. All discussion in this matter must be held in public, but the council can go into executive session to ask the town attorney specific questions about matters directly related to the call-up hearing. Public discussion should focus on what the evidence has shown and how the facts apply to the development code. Discussion. Go ahead, Dick.
Yeah, I guess I'm leading this one. I guess I want to start kind of how you started, Mike. You know, we live in a small community. We all are friends, know each other. We've worked together. You know, this is a big project. There's a lot going on in a very busy part of town right here. And I mean, everybody knows that. There's vested development rights, and I absolutely agree with you and would fight hard to protect them. However, they need to be done within the code, and that's our job. And there's no right to do them outside of the code. And I think we need to take a hard look, which I've tried to do with a lens of the code, and try to apply the code from the perspective of our community, and as you said, get the best project possible. I don't think anyone is trying to say there's not going to be a project here, right? There's a lot of development rights here. There's certainly going to be a project here. So with that being said, I will make some of my comments. And I appreciate working with you on some of the others because it took care of some of my comments. For instance, the height, I had some thoughts on, and you know, your willingness to get some language in the conditions is helpful. Same with the setbacks to the wetlands and that the environmental impacts to those wetlands. I've actually walked through the wetlands a few times, and just to educate myself, I actually went with Kelly. It was like a biology class. It was great. And but there is a lot of wildlife back there. We saw a lot of sign of wildlife back there. The recreation facilities, that park, really the gondola park, it's cool. I mean, I like it. I thought it was really good, but when I first read the master plan, I didn't get a lot of details in. Chris was good enough to send us a supplemental email this morning after I asked him about it, that had some drawings and a lot more detail. I'd like to make those part of the record and part of the master plan, so that if we are working with someone else, we are certain to get that, if you're agreeable to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now to the harder stuff. To the social community, you know, to 24R, 20 and 26R, in the, you know, the roundabout, whether it was a council goal, you know, and I know you referred, all of your, you know, reference was to the CIP, and it was in the CIP in 2019, out 4 years. So it wasn't a high priority in the CIP. And in 2019, which we actually planned that budget in 2018, we start the budget process in August for the next year's CIP. So in 2018, it was to a level of a council goal in August of 2018 to put it in year 4 of the 2019 CIP. So it wasn't, we go out 5 years, as you know. Only the first 3 years really count in our budget. So really year 4 and 5 are just placeholders. When we were able to strike the deal with the ski area and build our own parking structure on the South Gondola lot, we recognized the need for a roundabout on Watson, which we committed to build. When we committed to build that, it was no longer a council goal to build the roundabout on French Street. I know it's been inferred that changed when you guys started talking about the development, but that was not at all the case from my view. It changed, because we needed to get southbound buses out of the transit center. And the original thought was we could do it by sending them down to French, send them around the roundabout, and off they go. Once we committed to building our own roundabout on Watson, we no longer needed. And we saw greater, I think Kelly or Aaron spoke to it. We had EMS tell us 2 winters ago that they had to stage emergency vehicles to the south because they couldn't get through town. So, it wasn't safe. They were afraid they were going to lose lives. So our priorities have shifted to the south for future roundabouts. So I know that that 24R does speak specifically to the CIP and to 3 years. So I leave that one alone. I think the roundabout's worthy of 3 points. I challenged the 26R 4 points. I think that should be 0 because it really was not a town priority at the time. And I think that policy refers to town policy. So I think 26A should be 0. So I don't know how the rest of council, I don't know how you want to go about this.
So here's how we do. We talk about it right now, and then I ask for a motion. And if you want to make a motion
Okay.
to change a point analysis, you can do that. It either gets second and forward it on for a vote, or you make it and nobody seconds it and it dies.
Okay.
That's how
So
we do it. So
with each,
so you talk about this stuff now, and then you can make a motion to change the point analysis, and you could do it for everything that you want to do at once, or
Okay.
you can do them one at a time.
because I have 3 or 4, so I could do one at a time, or I could do them all, whatever.
Dick, could you go through them all, please? And then you
I'll
can
go
just,
through them all and then we'll come back.
thanks.
So that's 26R. 25R, the gondola. I was going to go for 0, but with the things that Mike agreed to, I think it warrants 3 points. The reason I think it doesn't warrant 6 or 8, the precedent stated is the Breck Connect, as Mike pointed out. It's a whole different animal. I mean, it's a ski driven transportation device. It goes to it has 2 drop off areas on the snow, and it has 2 pickup areas in high density, one a high density neighborhood and one a high density parking lot. So I don't think that's a relevant precedent. So I'll just leave it at that. My concern with the gondola as a traffic mover, as the traffic study states, this project, so we can compare to all these other things, but this project, I don't think they're relevant either. And the reason is because based on the traffic study, this project will generate 1,600 pedestrian crossings of Park Avenue. Okay. So that's the baseline. And per the traffic study you guys provided in this master plan. So we're trying to mitigate 1,600 Highway 9 crossings. We're starting with a gondola that is on the 3rd story of a parking structure. We all know that people go where they see. So I certainly think that'll capture the 3rd story people parking. it'll probably capture the families with young kids where the parents have to carry their skis, as those of us that have kids know. But I think many of the guests parking on the first and second level are simply gonna go across the street and cross at the crosswalks on the roundabout, which will have huge impact on traffic flow. So for those reasons, I don't think that the this policy 26R, or I'm sorry, 25R warrants a +6. I think it warrants a +3. And I think that's it, actually. So those are my three.
So Dick, with
That's
your
two.
math, what's that?
26R,
Oh, that's two. Okay, so
0, 25R +6 to +.
I've got two.
Okay.
So with your math, what is that point? Where the points lie?
I have 4 points that I think should go to 0 on 26R because I do not think it was I do not think that the roundabout was a council priority.
Yeah, okay.
So which is that what that policy says.
+3 overall.
Okay.
So I would take 4 to 0, and then the gondola, I would take from 6 to 3 based on, that's a hell of a lot of pedestrian crossings of peak 9. And I don't think that this approach will capture enough of them to warrant a +6.
Council discussion. Yeah, Mark.
I'm sorry, if I can just make a point of clarification on 25R. The point multiplier is 2, so the options are 2, 4, 6, or 8. So if you want to go less than 6, you have option 2 or 4, Dick.
Other discussion.
So 0 is not an option, Mark?
0 is an option, yes.
Oh, I asked for 0. I think 0 is.
No,
where it should be.
25R, you asked. for
Gondola,
+3.
then 2 for the gondola is what I would say.
There's no further banter. This is all just council discussion now.
Okay,
Because the call-up hearing is over. So now we're just having this discussion amongst ourselves.
So can the staff just,
We've not-
oh, I can't ask the staff.
we haven't, there's an item that Dick said, I think that's relevant to this discussion though, that wasn't.
Okay, it's not an argument, though. If you have something minor to say to
Yes, I
him,
do.
go ahead, but
To say is that the backup plan for weather on the gondola is electric bus system, which in and of itself is meritorious of +4 points, which are not part of the application. So +2, going to your suggestion, fine. I just want it noted for the record that buses, electric buses, not gas consuming buses, are the backup plan.
fair enough. Thank you, Mike. Other discussion.
It's not in here, so.
Question for Mike. Mike, provided by the applicant? But that wasn't in here anywhere that I saw, but.
The bus we provided